Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
Getting frosty in here, everybody. Holy moly. It's so hot today and it's frosty. I turned the AC up for my kids and I am sitting here trying to work and I'm shivering. So I got my nice comfy cloak on. Now I'm nice and warm. I was like, where the heck is my cloak? So yeah, this is called the Eden Cloak, everybody. It's awesome. As you can see, made by Free the Sheep. You can actually find a link down below on my Twitter panels down there, and it is nice. Oh, so nice. This way my kids can be nice and cool while they're sleeping, and then I can be nice and warm while I'm streaming. So there we go. Man, what an incredible action-packed, I think the most action-packed week I think I've ever done, everybody. Working so hard. Let's try to get you guys in here. That's right, I gotta reset this thing over here. Let's get it going. Derpity derp derp. There we go. Right over there, and then bam, there you are. Put a 1 in chat if you can see and hear me. Again, we're starting a bit late, but we ain't missing no streams, everybody. If you haven't seen my schedule yet, everybody, holy moly. Oh, speaking of, I forgot to copy it over here for the OBS. I got to do that real quick. Hold on a second, everybody. We're going to get that done while we're thinking about it. Right over here, we're going to get our schedule over there like that. And then we're going to press some buttons over here. I always forget to do it, and then I'm like on stream later going, oh, God, I forgot to do the thing. I forgot to do the thing. But we're not going to forget it this time. We're going to do it right now. Easy peasy. Updated. And man, that is a schedule right there, brother. That is a schedule right there. That is a busy schedule. Right over there. So I told you I had a bunch of stuff lined up for today, everybody. Now it is the beginning. Now it is the beginning of my birthday month, but not quite yet. Because what we're going to do is we're going to celebrate all month, everybody, starting tonight, Monday night. We're going to start doing a ton of giveaways. Now, this is actually not Monday night. This is officially Sunday night into Monday morning. So just to kind of clarify where we're at. So tonight, starting tonight, June 1st, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, everybody, all month long, we're going to be doing giveaways. We're going to celebrate my birthday, my 56th birthday, as well as my 11-year partner anniversary, everybody. Amazing that I am just still going. That I'm still alive at this point. And no small thanks to all of you in the stream for sure. Let's go ahead and also start this up here. There we go. We're going to get into some 7 Days to Die right over here. We're going to load it up. Now, we got some stuff to do tonight, everybody. We're going to go ahead and move biomes. As well, I don't know why OBS has to constantly change my stuff. Stop changing my proportions of my docs. I try to see you guys in chat. All that other stuff, less important. You guys, more important. All that other stuff's like, meh. All right, let's see who's in the chat. We got Wist in the chat. I also saw Paul in there very early, like 2 o'clock. He's like, I see Kismet working away in the background. Yeah, I was posting a bunch of stuff about a bunch of Learn to Plays that come up. Again, like the most packed Learn to Play deal I think I've ever done. It's all week long, everybody. Again, I told you, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be an awesome week. Let's see. On Monday, we have Oconee Island, which just had an update in March that I want to get to. I can't remember if I played it before. I know it was on my list to play, but I never got around to it, or I got around to it and I just don't remember. One or the other, or both. Then we're going to play Cloud Pause, Life Below, which looks really good, by the way, everybody. It looks really awesome. And then Warhammer 40,000 Speed Freaks on that's just Monday, all right? And again, those are Learn to Play, so if you're really good at those, everybody, you can backseat all you want. Then on Tuesday, we got another Action Pass day. We got Astro Colony coming out, so we're going to check that out. We got Bloomkeeper, looks pretty fun. As well as Satisfactory 1.2, where you can actually chain your factories together, which is awesome because perfect timing, because I'm just about to start my factories up and take away all my other factories and bring those in. Got kind of waiting for the update to come through. And then, of course, it has Vehicle Pass and a whole bunch of other fun stuff that we will check out. Of course, the big vehicle that actually transports fluids now. Very, very cool. We'll probably test that out with our kind of oil that's nearby, and we'll have that big truck bring it back and forth and see what its throughput is. So yeah, that's just Tuesday. Then, of course, we're going to play some Satisfactory 1.2, which I mentioned. Then some Fallout on Wednesday, Thursday. We got to get back to our Fallout playthrough, everybody. We got so much still to do there on playthrough number 13. Then on Friday, we got Snacktorio, Solar Punk, and Factromancer, which look pretty great. And then, of course, more 7 Days to Die. And, of course, more solo 7 Days to Die. Now, again, if Streamer Weekend comes through, everybody, we're going to do a bunch of that. Also on the 5th, I just thought of it. We're going to have to squeeze even more stuff on. On the 5th is also Star Seeker. Oh, I forgot to put that on the schedule. That schedule takes me. I was doing that schedule after the stream yesterday, everybody, and I started going. I was staying up way too long trying to work on all of that, because that's a lot of logistics, everybody, just scheduling all of that stuff and then getting all the graphics and doing all of that. And I was like, oh, God, okay, I'm going too long. So then I went to sleep and I thought, well, I'll get up and work on it. Nope, I was too dizzy. I was pushing myself way too much. So I rested, then got up, and then I've spent the last 5 hours just working on all that graphics and working on scheduling and getting all that stuff installed and so on and so forth. You get the idea. And then, of course, setting up tons of giveaways and all that other stuff that I'm doing. I'm doing a lot of stuff, everybody. I'm doing a lot of stuff, and we're just, again, the whole month is just action-packed. For sure. But let's say hello to Wist in the chat. What up, Wist? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We got H2O in there. We got Tab. I got to make a note to myself about Starseeker. I'll set a separate thing for Starseeker. Star Seeker. And I know that's the 5th through the 7th, which I think I already did. I think I reposted that, but I'll post another thing. And what we'll do is we'll just tack that on to the end of whatever we're playing. So if on Friday, we'll go ahead and check it out after the other Learn to Play. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we'll check it out as well after we play some 7 Days to Die. And that is just a stress test. I don't know if they're going to have anything new. I think it's just a stress test of the server. Now, when it completely comes out, everybody in early access, then we're going to play the heck out of that. But yeah, we're definitely going to try that stress test for sure. And if you want to come join me, everybody, again, you'll find that in there. I do, again, have some game codes to give out. I also have like some invites I can do. I can invite you to, I forget what game it is, of that giant list of games I just mentioned. I think it might be Cloud Pause, where I have like 3 invites where I can invite you guys and you can play the game for free. So pretty fun, at least the demo part of it, for free, which is going to be awesome. So again, stick around, everybody. Got even more cool stuff. But all of that stuff starts tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday night. This is still Sunday, so we're going to be working on some 7 Days to Die. And I don't know how long I'm going to go here on 7 Days to Die, but because I want to rest up, come back and do all that other stuff all this week. So we'll do what we got to do. Thanks for the one there, West. Thanks for the one, Tab, as well as Dragon Wolf, H2O. Let me know everything's working. I appreciate it. Hey, kids, just returned from an all-day first aid course. Well, there you go. Yes, I took first aid when my kids were born way back in the day. Learned how to do CPR and all that stuff. And I remembered it for many years, but I don't remember any of it now. The cool thing is two of my daughters are lifeguards. So they have learned how to do CPR and all that stuff. As well as one of my daughters is studying to be a doctor. So even better. I know who to turn to when in danger. So there you go. And then, of course, we got Tab in the chat as well. What up, Tab? Thanks for coming in. Pizza coming in with some pizza. Yeah, thanks for the pizza, man. Appreciate that. Now, how about you guys, everybody? But I'm ready to play some 7 Days to Die after all that hard work of scheduling all that stuff and getting all that stuff ready to go. Let's get in some 7 Days to Die. Here we go. All right, get hydrated, everybody. Let's go ahead and spawn on in. And if you want to know more information about that, everybody, you can check out my schedule on all my social media. You can also check out my Twitter, where I have a bunch of those posted. And of course, I also have where you can click on the different publishers, and check it out. Oh, there we go. The Tab doing it right. He waits till after we load in. All right, very nice. Now, let's see where we left off over here, everybody. I think we got this done, everybody. I think this is pretty sweet. But we are past another day 50, everybody. So even though I had just finished the base and we did get a good Horde night in there, we might get one Horde night in there. When is Horde Day? Horde Day is 126. All right, we'll see how it goes. But this is the cul-de-sac base. Every time I run past this cul-de-sac, everybody, I think, hey, or not cul-de-sac, roundabout base. I go, man, one of these days I'm going to build a really cool base there. And guess what? I did. The very first rounded Kismet kill box, by the way. Ooh, tingles. We got some electricity over there. We've got our blade traps around here. Looks like we're missing a blade trap there. And you can see that, of course, it has the overhang up above. We have our electric fence along the outside. It was very effective, by the way. Very effective on the last Horde night. But the real cool part, everybody, we took out over 5,000 blocks. So we can kind of dip down here like this and build a massive underground structure. Now, instead of taking out every single block, what we did is we cut out the edge, we cut out the middle, boom, whole thing fell down. Awesome, all the way to bedrock. And what we do is we have vertical forges and vertical benches, all that kind of stuff working away. We even have dew collectors, by the way. Notice, by the way, there is no vent for the dew collector because we left 6 blocks above them. So those are... Take that, screamers. We got our turrets up there doing their job. And then over here, of course, we are smelting something down. I don't remember what it was. I think it was some lead over here. Yeah, it looks like lead, and this looks like brass. Over here. He did. There we go. See, I don't even need to go up there. Same thing here with the apiary, everybody. If you do have that 6 blocks above it, it still does work, and you just kind of let it run. Make sure you throw some chrysanthemums in there, so it'll work out pretty well. Same thing with your dew collectors. 6 blocks above, it'll be just fine, where you don't have to actually have a vent. The only thing we need a vent for is this right here. That is our actual farms down here. You can see we had some farms going. We still got a little cotton seeds going there. Got some cotton going down here so we can make some duct tape, and down here as well. And we even have more space down here for some dew collectors. And you can see I've kind of specced out where we could put the dew collectors and a whole bunch of stuff. Probably not going to end up doing that because we've got to get to the next biome, because we're going to move to the winter biome today, everybody. It's move day. So again, every 50 days, I have set a quest to move to a new biome. So what we want to do first is, of course, take care of our food and water. Looks like everything good there. Let's go ahead and look for our building box. Right, stupid drone. See, I'm always doing this to try to look around the drone. In real life, I'm trying to look around my dumb drone. All right. That's why you normally don't use the drone, everybody. Oh, I actually got tons already in there. All right, well, let's just max all that out. Put all back in there. Plenty of ammo. Now, ammo might be a problem for Horde Night. Let's take a look at how our ammo is looking. That's other ammo. Oh, my goodness. No ammo there. I must have moved it up here. Alrighty, getting into the action. Just logged in. Just logged in. Action's already going on. They're all up in my business. What we got over here? A little bit of something. Over that way? No. See, I can jump over the fence. They can't. It sucks to be them. All right, so we got that going. So we've got basically some loot here. We just learned that. Use our drop box here to drop this random stuff we just picked up. Don't need to bring the forged steel with me right now. We've got a bunch of ammo. Let's check and see how our ammo's doing. We got a little bit of ammo. All right, we got a little something. Now what we got to do is move to the winter biome, and we got to go over here and scout some stuff out. Now I've already did syncing to my character in all the biomes. So I can go to whichever biome, and every 50 days, roughly, we are switching biomes just to keep our progression going. So we've been over here. There's a Trader Hugh right there, and I think we have all the traders. Yes. Where's the Wasteland? Wasteland's over here. So kind of feel like maybe by Trader Hugh here. I mean, that's kind of a smaller city there. Ooh, scary. Smaller city. I think this is the bigger of the cities. And then we already found all the Trader Joel's up here. This one's definitely the largest of the city. Now, again, I like to go by the trader and put my base near the trader. Trader Hugh's got some water nearby. He's got this, but he's also got a road that goes right here. Might be a bit of an elevation there, though. I'm kind of feeling like right there might be a good spot. And the only way we're going to know is to get on the road and go find out. Here we go. Let's get our thing ready. Let's go ahead and gas her up. Let's fix her up. And we're going to dip. All right, acting weird today. There we go. All right. Acting a little funky today, but we're going to get off here and get going. Now, this is 6K away, everybody. This is quite the long move, but you got to do what you got to do. And again, I'm kind of by the winter biome on purpose so I can move all my stuff. Now, again, the more stuff you have, just like in real life, everybody, the more stuff you have to move. In my case, in real life, I'm trying to reduce all of my stuff, everybody. I'm trying to get it down to the most basic stuff. Then when I get that vault van, I can just get in that vault van and I don't have to worry about anything else. All the other stuff is going to be taken care of. Then I'm going to travel around, get into some trouble. Oh, I just thought of something else. There we go. I had to take my hand off the keyboard to type. Just thought of some more stuff I have to do. I always have a giant list of things. But again, thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. Sorry for the late start, but we are not going to miss any streams. We're going to get in here. We're going to at least get a little bit of time on this base. And we're going to go ahead and try to move our base from the desert biome over the winter biome, and then we have just one more biome to go after that, and we'll see if we get there before 3.0. If not, we're going to reset at 3.0 as well. Now, they haven't said when the streamer weekend's going to be, so I don't know. But hopefully, they let us know. I would actually prefer them not to do it this weekend because, of course, I have the Star Seeker stuff and I have a bunch of stuff lined up, obviously. I'm open to whatever weekend they want to do it, everybody. Again, I feel like they shouldn't bother to rush it. Just, make it nice and rock solid and put it out when best for them. Now, it would be even cooler if it was closer to my birthday. It'd be like a birthday present, which they actually did in the past before, by the way. They actually came out really close to my birthday. It was like the 21st that they dropped an update. I forget what update it was. I could go back and look, but it was pretty awesome. It was like a little present for Kismet on his birthday. Yeah, that's a big city. Look at the size of that sucker. That's a big one. And the cool thing with your gyrocopter, if you got the turbo in there and you got all your upgrades, now you got 5 upgrades, by the way, on the gyrocopter, which is awesome. And it goes pretty fast, not too bad. But we're going to definitely make a bunch of trips today once we scout out our potential base. I feel like it's right in between 2 big cities, because there's one way over there by the ocean as well. Kind of feel like this is the city that we're on the trader to, and then you have that outer one as well. Kind of cool to have the base in between there, because then you could loot all of these and you can do all the questing and all that fun stuff. Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, no, this is actually attached to that other city that's over there. This is the other one. That's a bit smaller. A military outpost there. All right, let's check out this supposed empty spot here. There's something back here. What's this place? Serrano residence.
Retweets are good.
Wow, already? Wow, you guys are on top of it. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know if I want that in between both of those. Because the problem with having another location nearby... Whoa, whoa, whoa! Almost fell out of my gyrocopter there, everybody. Caught it right at the last second. The only problem with that is that those other POIs are going to be in the way. You've got this kind of mountainous area here, which I could flatten. Tough choices here. I could take over this construction area. By the way, when you take over a location, it actually amplifies the game stage. See, this is directed domicile. Ooh, look out for the water. Fantastic driving. All right. Choices. Got Bob's Market? Bo's Market. Oh no, not a great place to do it. Like right here is a great place. It's a nice flat area. Now, very rarely do I build behind the trader. Maybe this is the playthrough. Maybe this is the move. That house is going to get absolutely wiped out. Keep in mind, it's nighttime. And again, you want to think about the elevation as well. See how it's curving down and then curving up to the edge of that as well. Now, we're going to give you some survival tips tonight, everybody. How to survive 7 days to die and thrive like me. You're like, kidding me, how do I know you're doing good? 0 deaths, level 106. I've killed 8,473 zombies in this playthrough alone. Then you know you're in the right stream. Right there, that's how you know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like that part back there. I'm going to have to probably flatten this out over here. Here comes Mr. Throwy guy. He wants to throw some stuff at me. Miss me. All right, Mr. Throwy guy. Get over here. Put that down. Don't bother getting up. There we go. All right. See, that's a bit of an arc to that. We've got this kind of terrain here, and it's kind of a rocky terrain, so we'd have to take some of this rock out, which is not that big a deal, because I'm probably going to end up needing stone anyway. Kind of feel like we get this going on. Now, here's a great tip for you, everybody, a survival tip to start. This is a bonus tip on top of the other ones I'm going to tell you about, and that is your land claim block. So what you want to do is go ahead and make yourself a land claim block. And the tip is that you want to take the block and act like you're going to put it down. Now, see how it's red right now? It's going to tell you, hey, you're too close to the trader. So you can go ahead and start walking this way until it turns green. You can see it's right about here. So if we get up here and we look back toward the trader, we can see how far you need to be. So it's just kind of a bit beyond that fence there as well. Of course, it's kind of jumping around. Yeah, there we go. So right there is as close as it could be. And that's about 16 away from the trader. Though you want to be a little bit further back because you want to make sure that if you are going to build your base that it is contained so you can pick up all your various resources. I'm going to back it up some more. Let's say that we want to go ahead and center this. Now, I like to center it also on the front door. If I'm going to run directly into the door there, I'm going to go ahead and say something like that. You can turn that on, by the way. What up there, guy? So now you can turn it on, and you can see the size of the area in which you can build over here. But one of the coolest survival tricks in 7 Days to Die is to know that you can actually build anywhere other than in the traders and in areas that are kind of locked, like the traders. You can't pick stuff back up again. See, the real survival thing is that instead of putting stuff down, then you end up picking it back up, or can't pick it back up if you're too close to the trader. You want to be out far enough to where you can put your stuff down and survive in that. Now, the number one tip, by the way, for 7 Days to Die, and we'll just put them right here at the top of the stream so you guys will have them. The number one tip, everybody, is food and water. Now, right at the very beginning of the game, you're going to pick up a bunch of random stuff, and you're going to be like, oh, I want to save this stuff for a rainy day or whatever. No, you don't. You want to go directly into the trader. You want to sell all that stuff and worry about your food, worry about your water right at the very beginning. How do I know? 0 deaths, everybody. 0 deaths. That's how I know. If I didn't take care of my food and water, I would be very much dead now, many times. So that's what you want to do. Don't worry about saving all that stuff. Remember, you can get all that stuff again later on. Go in there, sell everything that you can, get that stuff. And you can actually play the whole game that way, by the way. You don't have to build bases at all. You can just do everything by trading. You can go loot, you can do questing, and then do everything by trading alone, which is pretty fun. Me, I love building bases, so that's going to be my thing. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, again, is kind of line up the center of the thing here and just kind of figure out where I want this to end. Actually, this is the center. I wish you could take that robot and put him above your head because he's just like constantly in your way when you're trying to build. So I'm just going to walk my way out, as I like to call it. Walk my way out like this so I can find the center out here. And just make sure that I'm centering off this. Now, we're going to build ourselves a base here. Now, you can see we got some elevation changes here that we're going to need to deal with. We've got some stone in the way. Stone actually not bad for being underneath your base. This way you have a nice solid base, though I'm a big fan of going all the way to bedrock myself. So this actually is not in the center. Now, if you put that down wrong, and you can just go ahead, take that right up right there. So good. So tip number one, again, is to go in, sell everything to the trader, focus your food and water at the beginning of the game. Tip number two is get a non-pipe weapon as quick as possible. So when you start the game, you're going to choose a pipe weapon like a pistol or something like the machine gun, which I think the machine gun is actually the best of the pipe pistols because it's going to give you some 7.62 ammo, which is stronger ammo, and then you use it when you really need to, like dogs and pigs and things like that that are going to really wipe you out because you don't really have any good weapons. Then you want to get like a 9mm pistol as quick as possible, or whatever kind of thing you can craft. And then once you have that, you're going to be doing a lot better because remember, the game scales up the better you're doing. So me, I'm doing exceptionally good. And they've actually boosted the game stage in the winter biome. So my game stage is insane, everybody. 672. That's a lot. That's a lot. Look at that guy up there climbing up on the thing. He's getting a good bird's eye view up there. Crazy zombie. So speaking of, let's reload. So that wasn't quite in the center, so I want to go ahead and build another land claim block. These are cheap. They just take a little bit of stone, and they're easily removed and put back down again. There we go. There's the center of our base, and we'll go with that. So I've gone through and double-checked my location, double-checked where I wanted to line that up. And then what we want to do is figure out, okay, what are the dimensions of our base? Now, the last couple bases I did are underground bases, and those are massively OP, as you saw with my base that I just built. And again, I can continue to build that base, but what you want to do is progress through the various biomes. Now, eventually, we'll have some storyline, which does that very thing, and probably some bandits and stuff at some point. But once we have all of that, we will play that. But for right now, they did change a lot of stuff with the way you do jars and the way you do your honey and all that stuff. Of course, they're going to allow us to customize our playthrough as well. We can change some of our settings to even more so. It's already one of the most customizable games, if not the most customized game that you can do, where you can customize it however you want right at the very beginning, or come back and change stuff, and then it actually changes in your playthrough, which is pretty cool. Like, say, you got your bedrolls down, but your base is a little too big to, to actually actively block you using your bedroll, because your bedroll blocks zombie spawn. Also, taking out blocks that they could spawn on, and put your blocks down so they can't spawn on those blocks. That's an important thing to do. Another survival tip for you, another bonus survival tip. But yeah, you definitely want to go in there and adjust your settings to make your bedroll dead zone bigger, meaning that they won't spawn in the dead zone. So you can go and edit it, and then go in and edit it, and then come back in the game, and bam, it will now be larger. So it's very cool. You can also do it on the server as well. What's up, Daddy? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. What's up, boss? Says hi, kids in chat. Hello. What up? What's up? Look at the sun rising in the winter biome. So just know that the winter biome is way harder, everybody. So keep that in mind if you are playing a new playthrough. That when you get over here, man, they are serious going to be up in your business. Now, me, I got 2 M60s. All right. Now, the biggest problem with being by Trader Hugh or Trader Rec or whoever is you have to listen to them tell you it's open and closed all the time. Now, I'm mostly default settings in here. The only thing I've changed, I've randomized the world, and I've made it a very large world, a 10K world, which means I have 4 traders in every single biome, which is awesome. All right. You're bugging me, guy. Get out of here. It's going to end up coming over here later on. But we want to find and make a base over here. Now, again, I did 2 bases that were underground. This particular base is going to be above ground. It's actually going to be a test thing that I was had a vision of after I was playing with my team that I want to try out. And we'll go ahead and try it out, see if it works out. If it does, then I'll also use it with my team as well. So again, let's say, number 1, sell everything to Trader. Square away your food and water. I wrote it all down so I wouldn't forget. Number 2, get a non-pipe weapon as quick as possible. And then, of course, one that I talk about all the time, everybody, tip number 3, which is ABC. Who in the chat knows what ABC is? I'm going to give you guys some caps if you remember what ABC. Let's say, I mean, I've said it a ton of times. I'd be impressed if you didn't know what that means. Move some of this while I'm waiting. There's like a 10-second delay. Let's see. What does ABC mean, everybody, when it comes to 7 Days to Die? What do I talk about all the time? ABC. Let's see if the chat knows, everybody. Let's see. Oh, Box X Coder knows. Rotisserie G knows. Yeah, there we go. My biggest tip, everybody, or tip number 3, always be crafting. That's the ABCs of 7 Days to Die. Always be crafting all the time. Like right now when I'm over here fighting whatever zombie just made a noise somewhere. There he is. I'm crafting back at my base. So I'm always having that thing going because remember, the zombies are getting stronger, and you got to get stronger faster than the zombies. Otherwise, they'll overwhelm you, and you won't be able to kill them fast enough, and they'll just breach your base, and you'll be toast after that. But remember, look at them all over there. Look at the silhouettes of all the zombies right here. They're walking over the hill. They're coming this way. I say, why wait? I say we go get them. Oh, didn't jump. Try to jump over the water. Give me that loot. Wow, acid. Well, that was worth it. There we go. There's a lady over here. Now, mobs are really hard to fight in the water, though you can shoot actually underwater. Isn't that cool? We got that lady. And again, I'll just wipe them out because in a minute they'll be over here right up in my business, like they always are, like this guy over here. He's just going to get up in my business. In fact, let me get my gyrocopter before he starts causing some trouble. You over there, too. Wiping them out. Wow, beautiful day, though, in the winter biome. Beauty-muss. All right, let's go ahead and get my little guy here, and we're going to go ahead and start with some blocks here. And again, I made a whole bunch of blocks so we can get this going. We're going to go ahead and, again, center this off of here, and probably actually put some of these blocks back. So we're going to build an above-ground base right here. There we go. And this. And this. All right. Now, once we take out some clay, like I've got some clay right there, we can go ahead and get some dirt going as well, because we're going to need that here in a bit to kind of fill this in potentially. Now, what I do is I also like to cut a straight line when I know I'm going to extend the base out. Now, you got a natural barrier here, which is these right here. So I'm just going to leave those because those are going to just do a part of my job for me, which is awesome. Don't need my chainsaw right now. And we're just going to start with some cement blocks right down the center. Hopefully we've got that centered. We do. Again, obviously you're not going to start the game with a bunch of cement blocks. Or a level 6 auger. But by the winter biome, you should be doing pretty good. Again, if you're always crafting, that means you've crafted up a bunch of stuff that's going to help you. All right, tip number 4. Your skill gear is one of the most powerful things. If you go look at my gear over here, you can see that I have all of my skill points. And the only thing I'm really missing, I think, one book. Yeah, number 1 of archery. But you can see I've got all my books and all of my skills done already. And you're like, well, Kismet, how'd you do that? Well, that's my skill gear. So at least that's what I call it. I call it the skill gear, which is the nerdy outfit, which gives you extra skill point chance, right? So a level 6 one will give you 50%. Even a level 1 is a 10% chance of getting 2. So that's massive, everybody. Say you have 1,000 books you have to find. You only got to find 500. Again, that number gets more and more exponential the larger amount of things that you need to find. So very quickly, I use the nerdy outfit to get those extra ones. Then I go into my intellect line. Now this one's a little bit tougher because it's a bit further down in intellect mastery, but you get your photographic memory there, and then you have, again, 50% chance to getting 2 skill points there. Now you put both of those together, you have 100% chance, everybody. Now, once I have all of the skill points, by the way, I actually don't need to wear the nerdy outfit anymore. Normally, I'm playing as the nerdy preacher as well. There you go. Well, that's good, Bloomy. That's good. Relax, take it easy, get under a nice blanket, and enjoy your little tea or whatnot. There you go. Tea or coffee, yeah. Oh, you're replying to Bozik's Coder. I see now. All right, so we're going to go ahead and bring this back a bit. Now, again, we're going to be building above ground, so we're just going to go ahead, bring this all the way back to our land claim. Now, we can move our land claim again later on, but we're just going to bring this back as the center of our base. There we go. And we just want to go ahead and create a foundation here underneath here. And then we'll want to basically do some counting. Now, I typically do counting with the building blocks. This is the true genius of this game, by the way. The ability to put building blocks down and then say, yeah, nah, and pick them back up. Right? So I just hit E to pick it back up again. So that's 3, that's 4, and this is 5. And you can see I put that up there. This allows me to remember that that's 5. So if I lose track of my counting, I can always go back and just say, okay, that was 5 right there. And then again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we know we're at 10, right? So we have 2 groups of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. And that tells us we're at 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, Perfect. Wow, 5 at 25. So we're 25 back from, that was like a really good guess, everybody. I was trying to be around 25 back. So that is 25 back from the edge of the road. And that allows me to go ahead and figure out the math or the width and the height and the size of my base. Now, this particular base is going to be a bit smaller because it's just for me. But whenever I'm with my team, I do exponentially make the base pretty big, big comparatively. Not only can we collect more resources as a team, but also you don't want everybody jammed up right up on top of each other. As has been shown by yesterday, everybody, when we were playing on Saturday night with the crew, me and Alan got pushed into Trader Wreck and we couldn't get out until it kicked you at the end of the night, and then it kicked us out of there. But because other people become like a wall because they're standing in the way, they're standing in the doorway, they're standing in the thing, they're really can cause a lot of issues where people can't get past other people. So important to think that through. Now, this is about 25, and again, I'm looking for an odd number, and the reason why I'm looking for an odd number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're going to go the other way, and then we're just going to do this, and we're going to do this, and that, and then this. There we go. Now, just flipping it the opposite direction. We're counting it out this way now. So this would be 1, and then that would be 5, etc. So we have 10 and 10 right here, right? So this is 10 up to here. That's 10 up to there. This part here in the middle, now we've got the exact center right there. How do I know that? Because, again, it's a 5 and not a 4. If it's a 4, then you'd have 2 in the center. But since it's an odd number, you have 2 on one side, 2 on the other side, and then the 1 in the center, which makes this the exact center of that 25 area, right? So now I know that if I want to run this out, I'm going to go ahead and run it 10 and then 12 in this direction, right? So I can just keep running this out. But what I'm going to do is go ahead and use my Smith and just run this out like this and see how we do. Okay, so we gotta take some stuff out here. Like it. So I already built this base right here, everybody. It's already built. I just got to build it physically in game. Already built it right there. Again, I had a vision of a new style base that I want to try. So we're going to get that going just right here. Make sure that we look and make sure we got that lined up. And these are your kind of center supports. Or just a little bit there. These are kind of your foundational supports where we're going in multiple directions. Notice I'm not even bothering to count this yet. I just going to run it out like that. Okay, so there we go. So we're going to call this the center support of the base right here. Now we've got a new idea that we were using in our previous thing. So I'm actually going to take that out now that we know where the center is. And we are going to put our round, actually be hole is actually the name of it, hole. Our rounded hole piece right here. And we're going to try to rotate it around. There we go. Now, before we put it in, though, most likely want to put one underneath. Like this. Get on out of there. And we can also just double that up so we can use square blocks over here and put that down in there, and then this block. Now, what that's for, everybody, one of the few blocks that you can actually combine blocks together. It's actually Thurbrick's idea, really brilliant idea, in the fact that you can go ahead and pour stuff in there. There we go. Ah, we got someone else. Saltbot got you there. Huru for Guru, which is funny because my name is not only Kismet, but I have a mage called Guru Kismet. Yes, I do. Way back 20 years ago in Lineage. But yes, let's see that. Someone said Tony Hawk in the chat, everybody. Show them what we got. Show them what we got in there. Let's see. We'll see if the chat gets it going. I don't want to take away their fun. All right, so again, right there, everybody, we got this, and you can actually pour water in there, and you can use it to wash off the scent of when you eat food and that kind of stuff. So we're going to have that as the center of our base. And then we're going to go ahead and use our other things that we've been using over here, if we have it in here. It's kind of weird that that is favorited, but is not showing up here in the favorites. See, that is favorited right there. But I don't see it. Sometimes you hit this and it like limits the style of favoriting. But this should be all basics. Yeah, totally not showing up. So let's toggle it off and back on again and see if that does it. Ah, Kismet finding all the bugs, everybody. I am the king of finding things that don't work. All right, awesome. Yeah, that's not working. So that's not good. And then we want our other support, which is around here somewhere. Man, I forget what it's called. And now I'm going to have to track it down because we favorited it, but our favorite thing is not working. Nobody? All right, I'm going to do it then. All right, here we go.
Yo, do a kickflip! That was amazing.
We actually have a command for it. There you go. We got a kickflip. Yes, I've got that many times. Many times over the last 11 years. Hundreds of times. In fact, you want to watch a funny video, I'm going to go ahead and throw that about video in there where I actually mentioned Tony Hawk from that video's like 8 years old. From a long time. You're not the first person to come in and say it, but I do appreciate you coming in and hanging out in the channel. Tony Hawk was a legend where I grew up, everybody. I grew up in the OC, as they say, Orange County, California. Legendary skater. He was godlike to all of us kids at the time. Tony Hawk is 1 year older than me. And he's still out there doing what he loves to do, and I'm doing what I love to do. That's all you can ask for in life, I think. So thanks for coming in and hanging out. Don't forget to hit the follow button as well. And I always think it's funny when people come in and they think they're the first person to ever say that. I get it all the time. People think, oh, hey, I'm the first person to say, oh, you look like Tony Hawk. Even though it's been like 1,000+ people, which is funny. Which is funny. All right, I don't see it. Man, where is this? Where is this thing? Thought I favorited it, but apparently no. I had the same problem yesterday when I was trying to find this darn piece. For some reason, it's hiding. I shall find it, and it shall be mine. Kind of an odd piece, too. It's an odd piece. Where are you, little piece? I'd love to use one like this, where it had 4 on one, all the way around, but it's only got 2 there, and then this one's 3. But it'd be nice if it was all 4 sides. We're just going to take our time, because we know it's in here. And it's kind of like a little guide rails that's going to guide my character in there to help me out. Oh, we're getting close. Yeah, right here. See, look, it is favorited. See, it's favorited. It just doesn't show up when we go to do our favorites. Okay, which way I want to aim this? Probably toward the trader. Let's go ahead and set this to simple mode. We'll set it toward the trader. And then what this will do is also act as the center of our base as well. Get up out of there. There we go. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're like, whoa, Kismet, why are you building that so high? Oh, you will see. You will see. Coming soon. Now, again, this one's going to be a bit smaller than the one I'm going to build for my team, but we're going to get into it. All right, now the rest of this is pretty much just having our central supports in there. Now, also, I would leave the ability for me to put my farms down here in the lower part of the kill box normally, but we're actually going to change that up a bit. We're going to switch that up. We'll see if we like it better. Again, I always think the best thing you can do on your base, everybody, is continue to iterate, to try different things each and every time. Because I know I have so many base designs, everybody, that I could do the same base designs and win every single time. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do you win this game? Well, you go as many days as you want to go and survive. And you could even go crazy like me and have 0 deaths. Not that I care if I die, not that I'm playing a permadeath play. But that's how you know you're doing well. And again, since the game still is working on its storyline and all of that stuff, we still got a ways to go before we get all of that. All right, and we'll go out to about right here. Nice. Okay. And we can recombine those. There we go. And then other side. Now, what I like to do is just go ahead and build it out a little bit. Notice I'm not getting too bothered right now by mobs, which is great. But don't worry, they'll be along. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, how do you have all this cement? Well, I have all this cement because I've been processing stone into concrete and then into cement. So I kind of pre-build all of that from my previous base, and that's why I have so much of it now. Because I'm doing my ABCs, which is always be crafting, right? Tip number 3. All right, so I've got one more tip for you. The last one, the skill gear, was tip number 4. And tip number 5 is to think long-term in your skills. So when you're doing your skills, and again, we're just going to be putting down a bunch of blocks so we can give you some tips to get you started. When you're thinking of your skills, before you put any points into your various skills here, just like in Fallout, everybody, you want to think of the long term. Like, okay, what weapon do I want to end up using, right? Do I want to use the M60? Well, boom, I might want to go a little heavier into Fortitude to get the machine gunner. But notice that even I'm not doing it, right? So you can break the rules sometimes. But the one I do a lot of, I know I'm going to be collecting a ton of resources. So the first one I do, and I feel like it's the most valuable one in the game. So if you only learn one survival tip, number 5 is the one. And that is Miner 69er does not require you to have level 10 strength. You can actually get it very much earlier in the game, and every time you add 1 strength, boom, you can get more minus 60 miner, more mother load, which means that you're doing more block damage, so you're getting the stuff faster, and you're collecting more each and every time. So I kind of feel like these are the best. And then, of course, junk miner, exceptionally good as well. When you're collecting resources, you're getting 100% more resources from mining junk, such as cloth, plastic, etc. So incredibly great tip for you, everybody, to keep you going. So there's your top 5 tips to get you going. There you go. Piece of the top row of favorites close to the end. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Again, that's why it says no backseat gaming in the thing. And I just talk out loud, everybody. I just talk out loud, give kind of my thought processes as well. But the cool thing is, later tonight, Monday night, I do these things called Learn to Play. Now, Learn to Play is, you'll see that the backseat light is on, or basically the tag down below is on. It'll say, hey, go and do the thing, right? Go do the thing. Go do all the stuff. You can say that in the chat. That's okay during those Learn to Plays. But whenever I'm playing a primary game like this, I do ask people not to tell me, and the reason why is because between the moment in which I'm trying to figure something out and the moment in which I actually figure it out, there's a whole bunch of moments in between. And so you learn so much in those in-between moments on the journey. And that's why I ask people not to tell me, because it robs me of those in-between moments of, oh, okay, I learned this other thing too at the same time. And that's why people don't want to know that stuff, again, so they can have that experience and then learn those things. And I find people retain or learn stuff way better if they learn that way than if the answer is just given to them. Like if people ask me, even after all these years of playing Fallout and whatnot, hey, Kismet, where's all the power armors? I won't tell them. I'll just say, hey, they're over in this area. You go figure it out. You go find it. It's over this way. So at least I'll give them a hint, but I don't want to tell them because this way I would rob the moment of them going around the corner and going, oh, there's a power armor, right? I want to let them have that fun moment that does happen. So again, any course of action that you say in a stream or in a video or whatever it is, that's considered backseat gaming. So if you say, hey, go do this, or this is where that is, or click that thing, but don't worry, we give you the first one for free. We're not too harsh about that rule, but again, always good to check the chat rules when you come into someone's stream. Always the best thing to do. And there we go. So we just got the front of the middle part here done. And then what we want to do is we want to figure out the distance that we want in the outside here. So the outside, what I'm going to do is have some spikes, which are going to be right about, or not spikes, we're going to have electric wire right here. Now I'm only going to have one layer of electric wire, so the actual outside of my base is going to be right here, and this is going to act as a natural barrier. What they're going to do is they're going to jump over this, get on this, and then boom, land right on the electricity, which is going to be fun. Now the outside of the base, what we're going to do is do a kill box out here. Where we go ahead and we're going to start with our bars. Now what I'm going to do is just kind of build out a prototype edge of how the rest of it's going to be. I'm going to use my double pole right over here. Yeah, there it is right there. Yeah, the ducket went in there. Oh, wait, actually it showed up now. Yeah, see, the one that wasn't showing up was the cube hole. Now it's showing up. Maybe I was searching for something. I don't know. Sometimes it's just the old man forgetting stuff. No, look, it vanished again. Oh, it's right there. Yeah. Sometimes the old man's just blind. It happens. I just can't see it. So there we go. Now, these are the double poles. Now, the great thing about the double poles is that you can hit mobs like that. Oh, actually, just knocked that out. You can actually hit mobs and obviously hit them pretty far back. So that's why you want to do that. Now, I've seen the most where they glitch in the bottom one, right? So if you have the double pole at the bottom, which I normally would, after 2.6, they'll glitch right through there and then get into your base because they shouldn't be able to get through there. They have to have a full one block opening for them to get through. Now, if you put these vertically, then they'll get through there. Because vertically, they only need like a half block, and they can walk right in there, kind of like a doorway. So watch out for that. But horizontally, that's going to work really, really well. So again, we'll have an electrical fence out here and do pretty good. Now, I really only need around 3 of distance here. So I'm going to count this one here, even though this is a really an inside block, right? This block here is this block. Right, so it's basically facing outward toward the trader. So that's that block. So then beyond that block, we just need 2 more blocks so that we have enough room to run through. Now again, because this block is not on the other direction, we have all the space where we can run around. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Now also on this side, we're going to go ahead and also use an inside block. We're going to actually use a plate here. And if we get this to rotate, we're going to be all about it. There we go. Oh, really? Oh, well, you know what? I actually grew up around koi fish. My parents had koi fish. They did some massively big ones. Ones like this big or huge. They're like that round. Giant koi fish. Way back in the day. Way back in the day. That's funny, though. You think something like that is going to be a nice, relaxing thing. But also what it does is it becomes a burden. It becomes a burden where you have to, make sure your fish are okay. You have to clear the filter. You have to clean the pond. You have to do all that stuff. It can not only become a nice place to hang out, but also that burden to try to keep those fish alive. Just like a fish tank, everybody. If you don't feed them, they're going to die. Same kind of thing. Okay, so we've got that right there that we're going to go ahead and do. So this is going to be basically the outside edge of the base. And we're going to go ahead and have kind of multiple layers. We're going to have the outside edge, which would be the kill box part of it, and then the internal part. Now, the problem with using this as an internal part of the base is that I can't see clear across the other side of the base, which I normally can with the kill box. Like I can go ahead and see way over to there. But we are going to solve that problem, and that's why we're not using concrete right here yet. We'll get to that here in a bit. And so we've kind of left ourselves some space here for some testing. So we're going to go ahead and get ourselves some blocks, and we're going to go ahead and do this right here. And you're like, well, what does that mean, Kismet? Well, this actually is going to be our workbenches. We're going to lift our workbenches up off of the ground. And since this will be our central area, this also will be our door. Very rarely do I ever put the door at the ground level. But in this particular case, we are going to actually use some doors. So again, we want to try some different stuff. And the reason why I don't use doors is because that's usually right where they go for. So we'll go ahead and take some of that out of there. There we go. And then we're just going to go ahead and rotate that around. And we know where our door is going to be, right there. And that allows us to do this. Now, your door direction also makes a difference. So you can see I have the door direction going this way. If you don't like how the door is, so get a chainsaw. And I always start with like the easiest door, everybody. Just something that's really easy to put in, and if you don't like it, you can always take it right back out. You're not wasting a ton of resources as well. I'm doing great, Crimson Knight. How you doing? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. All right, so 1, 2, 3, and then this one. Like that. Now, during Horde Night, what I could do is basically do what we did and block out the door. Like this. Now, why would I do that? I would do that because they would think that that path is blocked. Even if I just put a building block there. Remember that the zombies are trying to path the path of least resistance. This is also inside the base. And so you want to hit those blocks and not hit the door, not hit the thing. But when Horde Night is over, you can just pick up the blocks and just walk back out again. Again, great way to kind of trick the zombies into not knowing that there's a door there, in theory. They'll still figure it out. But again, great way to block that. And the same thing here with our outer block, right? So instead of doing the kill box here, what we could do, actually I just undercut it. What we could do is we could put a door there and then again, just kind of block the door most of the time. And go from there. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. Like this. Dropped it on my head. And then, again, we don't want to do this outside block because again, that's going to be our electricity. And we're going to rotate this. Now, see, if we do it like this, it's going to open inward, right? If we do it this way, it'll open outward, but it'll take up this block here. But since I'm going to be doing electricity, I'm actually not going to put the electricity right here. So I can actually put it like this, and then when I open it, it will open it outward instead of inward, right? Now, why would I want to open it outward? Well, there might be a zombie there. Bam, knock that zombie out of the way, come out the door. As well as, again, especially when you have your vault and stuff like that. So we're going to set that to the outside, and then we're going to actually run a bunch of electricity there. Now, here's the drawback, everybody. If I wanted to put this block up against the door, I can't do that, right? So that is the issue, right there. You can't switch that and block it in that way. So I don't really want it to do that. I want to be able to block the door just like we saw on the inside. We're actually going to create a double block door for us to use. So there we go. And again, we're going to be taking out lots of doors today. Okay, so again, we'll go here, turn this way, and now it's going to open inward like that. There we go. Sometimes a little easier when it opens inward, and then again, we can block it on the outside, run our electricity, and it would never know, or at least be a lot harder for it to get through. Now, we can put it in and take it out each and every time, or we can just use some building blocks to get it going. Hey, thanks for the raid, love. Welcome, Raiders. Come on in, relax, take it easy. You're in the home of the Gaming Tycoon. I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right, my first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey in the early 70s. Our whole entire gameplay in those days was a little white square, and you'd move it around. That was it. That was it. It was pretty exciting. High-res graphics, everybody, from back in the day, from the 70s. But thanks for coming in and hanging out. Don't forget to hit that follow button while you're chilling out. We are doing some base building here. We have moved to the winter biome, and we are setting up our base to work around all of this fun stuff. So we've set up our entrance now with a double door entrance. Now, obviously, we'll come in and we'll upgrade it from wood. Another cool thing that we're doing is we're getting lots of snow while we're here as well. And we do got Horde Night coming up. We got to get this going. And feel free to say hi in the chat. The Intellivision. Yes, I have played the Intellivision. It is awesome. Back in the day. Way back in the day. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Let's give you a shout out. See what you were playing. I'm assuming some 7 Days to Die, but we'll go ahead and check it out right now. Let's go see. Bam! What have you been playing? Yeah, you're playing some 7 Days to Die. Awesome. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Again, bringing your awesome community into mine. Again, if you are new to my stream, my name is Kismet. I'm a Twitch partner, a YouTube partner, as well as I multi-stream to 5 different platforms at the same time in 1080 HD. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I did retire from graphic design and also worked as a senior tech at Apple for many years as well. Several different Black Ops projects that I can never tell you about because they still haven't come out yet. But I did get very ill, and then I decided, what else am I going to do in my remaining time that I have at my age? And here I am, bringing a little joy and positivity into people's day. We do mega builds. We play with my crew. I'm also the leader and founder of one of the longest running gaming guilds in the world. I've been running over 20 years. We still play games together and have a great time. So great place to just hang out, chill. Get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink, relax, take it easy. We're going to have some fun. I'm going to show you a lot of great gaming tips on surviving 7 Days to Die. I'm about 4,000 hours in 7 Days to Die. I forget what the number I'm at now. Let's see, 4,249 hours, and I consider those rookie numbers. I know people have 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 hours. And if I had that many hours, I would do that, but I also play other games too. So I am like a true variety streamer, everybody. We play a lot of various different games. We have a fun time doing it as well. Oh, you're doing the Rebirth mod. Yes, I hear that's really fun. I typically play mostly vanilla and just try to iterate each and every time. The only mods we typically play with are the Spear 2 mod, which is the Sphere 2 mod, which allows us to have more than 8 people in group at the same time. Because we often, as a team, will play with 10 to 20 people on the server at the same time, and we have like next level teamwork that we do. That typically on Saturdays at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then today is like solo stuff. Oh, Bezos getting his dollars there, Squall. No worries, man. No worries. Let Bezos get his dollars. There you go. There you go. Bezos got to get his dollar bill. Also helps keeps my stream going, too. Again, pretty crazy. But yeah, it's my 11-year anniversary this year. Pretty crazy, everybody. Streaming here on Twitch. Pretty insane. I've been a partner for 8 years here on Twitch. And again, I appreciate them showing some love to this old guy. I greatly appreciate it. Of course, brought to you by all of you, everybody. People come in and rate my channel. People come in, hit that subscribe button or follow button. Whatever kind of love, just lurking in the chat, everybody. That's greatly appreciated. Yeah, there you go. Yes, I commentate on what I'm doing out loud, so you get my thought processes, and then, of course, it helps you go in and think that stuff through as well. That's what I find most fascinating. Not just the how, is the why. Why am I building this out right now? I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to show you how, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to show you all that great stuff, and I built hundreds of bases, everybody, of massive sizes, of all different iterations as well. Probably most known for the Kismet Kill Box, both in 7 Days to Die and Fallout and a whole bunch of other games. We're making one right now, by the way. We're making a brand new base. Every 50 days, we are moving biomes. We're doing biome progression right now, where we're going from one biome to the next, and building brand new bases. I'm showing you how to get started really well, and then, of course, take it to a whole nother level as you progress through. And we're just going ahead and, of course, building a nice base by the trader. And the reason why I have so much resources is because, again, right from the very beginning of the game, I do my ABCs. Always be crafting. Now, Squall, if you're all worn out after your stream, I understand, Matt. If you got to go rest, get a snack, chill out with the fam or whatever, you go right ahead. I'll take good care of your peeps. We're going to have a good time tonight. Again, we got a lot of stuff to get done. We're going to go ahead and get to it. We're going to get to it. By the way, also, my birthday, by the way, I first streamed on my birthday in 2015. It's not my birthday today, but on June 23rd, it'll be not only my 11-year anniversary here on Twitch, but also my 56th birthday. I know, I'm still alive, everybody. It's amazing. See, at my age, everybody just claps that you're not dead. They're like, hey, congratulations, you're not dead. Yeah, that's pretty awesome as well. You go 2 blocks down. I sometimes do. I'm going to show you my previous base where I took out 5,000 blocks of that previous base. When we go back to collect our stuff and bring it forward here, I'll show you some massive bases. Because great reason to go 2 down is because of the bombers. Bombers will quite often blow up and penetrate 3 blocks down. So if they're standing on the top, the first block counts. Then the second block is actually 3 blocks they'll go down and damage. They also go 3 up and to the sides, all the way around. A couple bombers will make your day go not so good. But we'll take care of them. I suggest shoot them in the legs, everybody. I always see people shooting right at their head. Don't shoot at their head, shoot their legs. I mean, if you're a sniper, snipe them in the head. That's good. But if you're just, you got a shotgun, don't aim toward their head, everybody, because you're going to hit that thing and they're going to blow up. In fact, every now and again, you'll see my little guy down here blow up. All right, there we go. So now we've got the outer part of the base kind of pegged, right? So this is going to be where we're going to run our electricity. The inner part of the base here is going to be what's known as the Kismet Kill Box, where we go ahead and we use our bars this way. There we go. And we're just going to run a few of those. And then we're going to use our pulls, which allows us to melee. If we run out of bullets, especially useful. Or if we just like to, manually stab them with some knives or whatever you feel like doing. We can do that. And again, you can see I'm picking up the shape and the rotation of all of these. Then I get up here on top, and we're going to run this as well. Now, the inner part of the base, as you can see, is going to be much taller than the outside of the base. And in this particular case, normally, if you see my other base when I go back, you'll see that this actually goes down in underground, because underground bases are massively OP. In fact, they're so OP that we stopped doing them as a team, because we know we can basically crush the game every single time if we do an underground base. But I'm showing you all the OP stuff, everybody. I'm showing you OP bases, how to massively get crazy tons of loot. We're going no holds barred in this playthrough, everybody. And we're going to show you another amazing thing. And this is, they updated it over the years to make this pretty awesome. So what we want to do is we want to have the ability to block any incoming damage over here, right? So that damage will hit these blocks instead of hitting our doors or hitting in anything inside the base. Now, this base is going to be fairly big for a solo player, but the reason why it's going to be so big is you're going to see it's going to fill up with stuff very, very quickly. Now, this over here is the center pillar of the entire base. Notice that we have this down here where you can actually pour a bucket of water there. One of the few blocks where you can actually combine two separate things in the block. Now, why would you need that? Well, every time you eat some food, you're going to get that smell, right? So you get in there, take a little bath, take a little wash yourself off, that smell off, and then boom, you're out of there, you're good. So we build that into the center of our bases now, which is pretty awesome. Now, the span over here is pretty far. Now, if you have concrete, everybody, your concrete can span pretty far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be 8. That's what's known as an 8 span. So it spans 8 blocks. Now, the door counts as a span. But what we're going to do is on the 9th block here, we're going to have these plates, right? These plates are going to block the interior part of the base. But there's actually an amazing trick, and I wish I had brought it with me because I didn't think of it until I got over here, there's an amazing trick from the Zillion Tower. Everybody, if you've never been to the Zillion Tower, it is in the wasteland. And I forgot to give you guys a bunch of kids caps for the retweets. There you go. So that's why I have it over here to remind me. And Fast Rider said to hydrate, too. Let's do it. Now, don't forget to go out and retweet, everybody. I'm going to throw that link in the chat. Go over there, hit that like button, hit that retweet button. For every 5 retweets, we give you 1,000 caps towards giveaways. And guess what? My birthday celebration starts tonight. And I give away literally thousands of dollars worth of free stuff here every single year. During my birthday, during a holiday event, and then just all throughout the whole entire year. And all you have to do is just lurk in the channel. You don't have to be a subscriber. Just hit the follow button, relax in the channel, and you're eligible to win. And of course, the more you lurk in the channel, the more Kiz Caps you're earning just by lurking. And then boom, you got tons of Kiz Caps. You put those tickets in. Everybody gets a free ticket as well toward every giveaway that I do. So everybody has a chance. I've actually had people come in, first time in the channel, everybody, use one ticket, won $200 worth of games. I know, pretty awesome, right? Pretty awesome. If you'd like to know how many points you have, you can go !loot in the chat, and you can also learn more about Kiz Caps down in the panels down below, and giveaways and all that fun stuff. But right now, we're going to go ahead and get this going. So I didn't bring the blocks that I need for that outside edge, but we're going to show you that here later on. Now, what we want to do is also on the interior of the base, make it a little easier to do our drop boxes and things like that. So what we're going to do is just make some storage boxes, and we're going to need a lot of them, so we're going to make like 30 of them. We're going to get those going. Now here's a great little trick for your inventory. See how it's starting to put it in my inventory? If I take it, put it here, notice that it's still going in the inventory. But if I pick it up now and it's in my bar, notice it's going to my bar now, right? And if I just put these in my bar, it'll continue to go to the bar and not your inventory. You're welcome. I just saved you a lot of headache right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to put these boxes right here. And so we're going to have these boxes right inside the door. And these are going to be our boxes here. Now, we can actually access these boxes from the outside. Now, obviously, during Horde Night, you wouldn't want them hitting your wood boxes, though your boxes actually can be stronger than your actual walls because they can be upgraded all the way to steel, so they can actually act as a barrier for the zombies as well. Now, you definitely don't want your zombies to get into the interior and take out all of your storages, because that would be bad, because all your stuff start dropping on the ground. And it doesn't matter how many times you die, everybody. It only matters if you lose your loot, because that's actually the most valuable thing, more than your life as well, is your loot, because that represents time, and your time is your most valuable asset. So we're going to stack these 3 high right over here, and then we're going to put this in here once this drone gets out of my way. So basically, we built ourselves a bit of an arch there. Now, what we're going to do is start to name these over here. Now, probably the one at the top here, we're going to call this the trade box. Now, the great thing about the trade box and labeling is the fact that you can see it from both sides, right? So I can access it also from the outside of it, like so. And we can go in here like this, and we can say drop box, box. and 1, right? Now, usually what I do is I label the first one like that, and then everybody else should know that that represents drop box 2, drop box 3, right there, and you get the idea. Drop box 4. Am I putting a space in there or not? I think I'm putting a space. Yes, I am. Drop box 5. I have a feeling we're about to get a crazy ton of loot, everybody. Drop box 6. All right, there we go. Lots of drop boxes. Lots of ability to drop loot in there. Drop boxes should be among the first things that you establish. And then, of course, your trade box, you want to have that so you can just access that and run to the trader if you need to. Okay, we got that started. So we're going to have basically a double-lined base, but the thing is, we need to be able to see if there's any zombies over here or on the other side or whatnot. So again, if you notice I'm not filling in this interior part, because we're going to do something fun with that. I'm going to show you a secret of the game, everybody, that most people won't know. Need to head out. Have a great day and a happy early birthday. Thank you, Squall. Thanks to you for hanging out in the stream. I appreciate it. And again, thanks for bringing your awesome community into mine. I hope you have a great night and a great future stream as well. Played some 7 days. 7 days, very, very fun. So again, same thing on this side, everybody. We're going to go ahead and pick up our blocks here. Actually, we'll pick this up over here. And we're going to run. That is not the direction that should be. Oh, yes. No, we should be out by 1 block. We got to get that out of there. Oh, actually, also, if you repair your auger, by the way, it actually does more block damage. You keep it above halfway. If you got lots of repair kits, just every time it gets halfway, just repair it. Save you a little bit of time. All right. For some reason, zombies leaving me alone, which is awesome. Now, I don't have any crafting stuff running over here, so you're not going to have as many screamers or whatnot in here. But when you're using the auger, it does get them sometimes to come after you. All right. Again, great to take out the existing blocks because it gets rid of their spawn. I'm trying to resist parking my drone right now because sometimes I'll forget and my drone will just stay wherever I was. All right, there we go. So again, just trying to set it up in such a way that we can get that going. Now, another thing that we want to do, now we don't know what side they're going to attack from. So we'll want to clear some of this out, of course, and flatten this whole back area. Now this is actually a great spot if you need a lot of stone. Sometimes you go underground to get all this stone, don't need to. Go to the winter biome, find yourself a nice rock like this, take it all out. Also, all of this snow is awesome as well. Now, I don't really need all this stone, so what I'm going to do is speed this up just a little bit by kind of cutting under here. And then now all of this, mostly clay. Always use more clay. That's called undercutting, where I don't really care about the resource itself. I'm not trying to get the resource. I'm just trying to cut my way back. I'm just undercutting the stuff up above. And if I do it right, some of it will just fall down and I won't have to worry about it. Again, you can crouch under here as well. Just don't be under there when it's coming down. Unless you're like me and you got your perks that will help you. And we'll just cut this area back this way. Cutting our way through. Get an idea where we're going. Somewhere that way. Nice, nice. So you don't have to take out every single block. I mean, you'll end up taking a bunch of blocks out, but if you can cut it back far enough, this whole thing will come down. Checking that gas. There it goes. So I just saved me a ton of time, everybody, just bringing that down. Now, you end up with some snow or whatever, but snow is really easy to pick up. Or debris, depending on what zone you're in. Look at that. Cleared that out pretty quickly. Now we're going to make the base fairly square, so we want to go ahead and now go off our center again here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5. And then the 1, 2, and 3 in the other direction. So the outside of the kill box is going to be that way. And we'll take this one out for now. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5, so this is 10, 11, 12. 12 in the other direction. Pick all this up. Don't worry, we'll make another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And there it is. Nice. So there's our edge right there. Now we cut it back a little bit too far there, but that's okay. We'll deal with that later. Now remember, when you're putting your land claim block down, again, you can only have it so close to the trader. So if I were to try to move it forward and try to put it up here, you can see it's red. And eventually I'll still have to put it back a bit. But I definitely want to make sure that it is encompassing the whole base. So I just went ahead and did that. And let's just say, yeah, right there for now. We can take it. What up? We ready to party? Now, the great thing about being me is I got 2 M60s. So when I'm done shooting all the baddies, and they bringing me free loot, which I appreciate. Anybody else? Nope. I don't need to reload. I just keep shooting until they're dead. Then I switch the other weapon, keep shooting until they're dead. Then I reload. Which is fun. All right, close the door. Don't want them to get in the inside, everybody. All right, so now we know that it's 12 that way. We're going to go ahead and do the same thing over here. 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, the outside edge. All right, so again, 1, 3, 4, 5 here. And we can take all this stuff out now. So double checking our numbers, 10. And then the electric fence is going to be the 12th one. 4, 5. There we go. And eventually I'll actually put cement on the outside edge too, like I'm doing here. But basically, this is where the electric fence is, and this is where our outer part of our base will be. Again, it's going to be pretty square. I can build more advanced stuff as well. I'm trying to get simple. There we go. But I like to build efficiently. Right? Everybody else builds fancy. I build efficiently. That's much better, I think, in the long run. But sometimes I build fancy when I feel like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 1, 2. Wow, got that right on the dot. Nice. Nice, nice. That was just guess. Sometimes that works out. And there we go. And there's the outer part of my kill box there. Oh, hey, more free loot. Ah. Now I already have all these books, so I can just learn them and get the XP from them. I don't really need to worry about it. So we're going to go ahead and start putting this in. Give us a general idea of our stuff here. Just to kind of eyeball what we're working on. And then we got our bars corner we're going to put down. We'll pick this one up. It's rotation and whatnot. There we go. Nice. Okay. And then again, we're going this way. I say we just recalculate. You see I calculate a lot because very easy to make a math mistake. And then you go to get all your stuff to line up and it don't line up. And you're going to make mistakes. Part of being a human being. Every human being does. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right down. Take all that back out. Okay, very nice, very nice. Now we're getting somewhere. And we got a lot of blocks to put down. Where's all the rest of my blocks? On my little guy here. More blocks. Remember, most of this is going to be the interior part of my base and not the exterior of the base. So the zombies shouldn't be in there. If they're in there, we got problems. We got big problems. Again, eventually I'll extend this out as well, or not. Maybe we'll run out of time because again, every 50 days or so in game, we're switching biome. So it keeps us challenged to go to a tougher and tougher location. And those horde nights are going to get more and more crazy. Now, I would not move the base until I had at least the outer kill box secure. Whoa, what up, guy? Feral would too. Get out of here. Didn't even hear him. That's one stealthy dude. Great thing about being an artist as well, everybody, is I can iterate in my head over and over and over again until I get the way I want it. All right, we need right here. Sometimes the world's a little weird in the way that it cuts stuff. Like that. It's pretty weird. We'll make it happen. Now, this whole backside is going to have a problem because we're going to have this hill here, but we'll do what we got to do. And then we'll cross-cut this way so we know. We're going to try anyway. So we know where we're at. Then now we cut it this way and we cut it that way at the same time. And again, doing the outside edge of the base. Kind of like when you're doing a puzzle, right? You do the outside edge. Hey, thanks for the lurker love, Fast Rider. Appreciate it. You have a good night, man. Appreciate the lurker love. All right, and again, we know that right here is we're going to do this. And see, sometimes when I've taken too much out, I could put dirt back in there, but I have so many blocks that I don't have to really worry about it. So we'll just put some blocks down in there, just to save us some time. All right, there's our outside edge of our interior part of our base. Again, this base is going to be very large because I'm going to try some things that I'm going to be using on. Again, I would scale this much further down if it was just for me. But I'm going to try some stuff out that I may use in my team playthrough. So we'll see. We'll see how it looks when we get it going. Again, we're going to be doing an above ground base on this one, because we already showed you how to make amazing underground bases, including, if you missed it, everybody, the Supercorn Cathedral. If you missed that, remember you can watch all of my playthroughs in their entirety on my YouTube channel, and they're all in playlists and also in episode numbers. So if you want to see how I did it all, how I started this playthrough and made all those epic bases, I go through a lot of effort to put it in there for you. And again, just too lazy to fill that in. All right, here we go. Putting in our foundations now. We're just going to have the one entrance. It's much easier when you already know what you want to build, everybody, than trying to decide. Decide is the hardest part. And a lot of times I'll wake up with these visions of bases, everybody. That's how you know the game has got you. When you wake up and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I know exactly what I want to do. That's always really fun. And sometimes, you know, you have this idea and you'll go try it and you're like, oh, wait, no, it'd be better like this or better like that, or, oh, I can do this, right? So it inspires you to get other ideas. And that's my favorite time when I'm doing stuff, is when I get inspired. So this is a very inspired base here. All right, very good. So now we have kind of the outer platform done of the entire base. And now we're going to go ahead and align the base so we know that all of our stuff is lined up. And we can take this out now. Oh my God, it's a little frosty. And we're going to do this. And then we'll go ahead and figure out what we're going to do here. This is 3, the third one back. So this would be 1. The one in the middle would be 2. And then this would be the third one back. Now, the reason why I'm doing like this is if you want to put a workbench, you can put a workbench right up against there. See, like that? You can put up a workbench right up in that corner because it's an outside block. If you set it to an inside block like this, and you had it like that, well, then I couldn't put anything in that corner. So, very important to know about insides and outside blocks and which way to put your blocks. In this case, we're just making sure to leave an opening here. And we're just kind of filling this in. Now, again, we're just using our building blocks for now, so we can kind of set it up and get a general idea of what we want to do. Again, the true genius of 7 Days to Die is the fact, oh, look at it snowing. Cool. Is the fact that you can build a big old base like this and then decide, nah, that's not what you want, try something else, and pick all these blocks back up again. We're just going to go ahead and build it out with building blocks first. And then our bar's corner. Oh, wow, that actually was rotated the right way. Again, don't need these blocks. Now they were just for double checking. And get the rotation. Again, hope you don't mind me speeding up. I think you guys are getting the general gist of this. I actually play very, very fast normally, but especially when I'm off stream. Oddly enough, I don't play off stream all that much anymore. I really don't. I'm like, if I'm going to play a game, I go, just get on stream and play. This way you guys can see all the epic action. That's part of the fun. Don't want you guys to miss out on something cool that I might think up or do as well. There we go. All right. Don't need our counting blocks anymore. We can take all these up. You can see we're going to have a lot of interior area. There we go. A lot of interior area for us to use. Again, this is mainly for team size. This is a team size base. 1, 2, this would be 3 here, so this is going to be that away. Again, I'm just copying the rotation stuff, so now we know this is going to go like this. There's 1, there's 2, this is 3. Like that. There's a reason why I'm not doing the cement yet. I'll show you why here in just a bit. So I do have cement blocks, and I could just be cementing this in. But you really want to double check what you're up to. There we go. Very nice. That's all looking good. Looking good, looking good. Now, on the sides here, you can see this is already blocked. So this is a perfect place to put a bunch of boxes. Because that's already going to be blocked anyway. So I typically don't go higher than 3 blocks as high. This way you don't have to crane your neck all the time. Or what I'll do is I'll actually do the opposite, where I'll put all the blocks 4 blocks up just to keep them off of the ground in case mobs do breach the interior part of the base. Some bad things are going to go down if that happens. But also another great place for boxes right there. And again, if maybe we got some stuff up here that we don't use all that often, we can go ahead and do that 4th block up there. So very nice. Okay, so we got that going. Now, which side are they going to have the most difficulty attacking from? And you're like, what do you mean difficulty? Meaning that they're not going to spawn all that often from? It's usually the trader side. And the reason why is because the trader is blocking some of their spawning also, especially if I'm really close to the trader. That side of the trader will actually, if you get right up next to the trader, they're not going to spawn there because they can't spawn in the trader area. So that means they're only going to attack from 3 other sides. But I like them to attack from a bunch of different sides, so I back my base up here and not right up against the trader. This way they will sometimes spawn in the road. They sometimes just spawn way over there and run at my base. And again, the closer you are, the less that they spawn on that road or on the thing there.
Welcome to Trader Hughes. We have the best weapons in Naviskane.
Do you now? All right. Now what we want to do is we want to think about some stuff that we're going to stack up high. Stack up high, kind of out of the way. So what we're going to do is we're going to use some blocks like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now that's going to represent a workbench, right? Now if I was doing a chemistry station, that would be 3 by 2 high. Something like that. Or I can just do this and this, or like this, and then that would represent that, and this would represent a chemistry station. Now on top of that, I want to go ahead and put another one up there. So now I'm going to have 2 workbenches there. Now this is why this is so high, is because I'm going to be vertically stacking my workbenches and vertically stacking my chemistry stations, which you might have seen on my previous base, but if you didn't see it, don't worry, we're going to be going back there in a minute, because we're going to need to bring all that loot over here, because we're going to replace that base with this base. But you have to set your priority, everybody. Again, Horde Day coming up, right? So if Horde Day is coming up, what's my highest priority? Is it to work on the production part of my base or the defense part of my base? The part where I have to fight off all the zombies trying to get to me, right? I would definitely work on the exterior part of the base first. So we're going to go ahead and just take this out. Now that we kind of have what we want there. And we'll work on that exterior part right like this. Again, I can pick this up, then I can pick that up there. I can grab this and then pick these up. And then, and just... He did some damage to our base. See, when he's throwing stuff, everybody, he'll do damage to your base big time. Don't let him do it. But that's why we want to have all this protection in the base so that this stuff doesn't get damaged. Not going to bother to get my chainsaw. All right. Now, the most annoying thing about building, other than the zombies, is your stupid drone being in your face all the time. And you're like, Kismet, are you going to make any more entrances and exits? Nope. I'm going to misclick a bunch, though. That's a guarantee. Remember, these are all inside blocks, too. So this part on the outside, I can build stuff out here, too, like you can see. I'm leaving it like that on purpose. All right. Should have picked up that shape before I pulled that out, but it still worked out in the end. Now again, when you're in the winter biome, everybody, those things to throw those, Chuck, he does a lot of damage to your blocks. So you got to have some pretty strong blocks. And this is a pretty big base too, everybody. This is a big boy. This is a biggie boy. I forgot to pick up that corner one again. Still worked out. All right, nice. Forgot to pick it up. Hey, there we go. Monster Zero in the chat. How you doing, Monster Zero? Saying hello, Mr. Kismet. Hope you and the family are doing great. I am doing great. How you doing, Monster Zero? Again, appreciate you coming in, hanging out. We're building a brand new base. We're moving to the winter biome. Wow, look at this beautiful day. Wow, you don't get too many beautiful days in the higher end biomes. The whole time I'm working on my winter base, look at this, I don't need to reload. Get my other weapon. And again, I'm doing like a prototype base for my team that I may be doing next week with them. We'll see. A different style of base than I typically do. But we, of course, are going to use the kill box on the outside. So playing it solo, but also just kind of doing some prototyping ideas that I have. So let's get into these fun, try something different. Try something the same, but also try something different, you know, at the same time. It's called iterating. Iterating on your base is the best. Keeps you interested, too, when you're trying different stuff. One of the best ways to improve something is to come up with a great idea and then continuously make it even better. There we go. And then now we'll go ahead, put in our bars here. And then a little trick here, we can just go, oh, wow. Okay, very full of stuff. We can go in here and just keep this one on this one. So when we do get to these corners, this game loves to troll me. All right. I don't understand why they have the rotation the way they do. It's like the most awkward thing ever. But it is what it is. All right, and then we'll get this one. Again, this allows us to continuously melee the mobs if we run out of ammo, but it keeps them from coming through. Again, all of this, what I'm doing now, to have all of this is a lot of hard work that I did along the way. I don't play creative modes. I don't have just like endless resources. I went and collected all these resources solo. So yeah, I didn't just magically have a bunch of resources. I'm old school in that way. I like to earn my way. I like to earn my mega builds. I feel like that's always much more satisfying for me anyway. That's just the way I like to play. But remember, it's your game. You play it however you want. Me, I'm all about earning the way. Again, this will keep the mobs from running up on us. And again, obviously, I would make this much smaller if it was just for me. But we're going to test this out. See if I like it. Now, you wouldn't want to do this very early game because you wouldn't have the resources. But right about the winter biome, or maybe even the burnt biome if you're playing with a crew, you could definitely get a bigger base going. And watch this. I can pick up this one and just stick it right there in the corner because it's already got the rotation of that particular thing. Then back over here, pick up the shape and rotation. Notice I'm holding the right mouse button. I'm aiming up there. Then here. That one. Pick this one up. So you already got a template, which helps you go. And then I just backpedal, hold down the right mouse button. I'm not clicking every time. I'm just right mouse button and backpedaling. Holding down the S key. And ran out of blocks. So sad. Use them blocks. Put this here. And then when it makes me stop, pick that corner up. See, this goes real fast once you get it going. Now again, why do we have the poles on the second level? Well, the reason why we have the poles on the second level is so we can shoot birds. So the birds are coming after us. We're good. Now, 3 levels up is good to start, but what happens is the zombies will actually climb over each other to get to you. So they'll do the whole thing where they climb up on top of each other and then they climb over your thing. I have seen them climb over as high as 4 up, everybody. I mean, they will actually climb over the fence to get into the trader. So never think you're 100% secure in the trader. I've seen them do that as well. So be careful out there. And there we go. Now we're fairly secure. So if any mobs come running up, we'll be fine. But because we have the ones that throw, everybody, we definitely want to make sure that this interior part can take that damage. We can also double line it if we want. We can double line it back to back. And then we'd have that double line, which we're going to do with the outside of the base. But let's go ahead and get the next layer in there. Now, again, if bombers come up, everybody, they're going to hit a certain amount straight up. So we're going to find our blocks here. And we are just going to go ahead and put in a nice little ladder here to help us get up there like this. And we're going to go ahead and do another layer like this, but then we're going to jump across so we can figure out our total layer. Now, typically, I'll do the outside of the kill box around 4 to 5 layers high. Sometimes I'll go 6 layers high because, again, it's going to hit 3 blocks up. So if you're 4 blocks up, you're not going to get hit by that explosion. Or 5 layers, even better. But it depends on how much resources you want to use. So let's go ahead and count how high this is. 1, 2, 3, that's 4. And then we're on the 5th one up above there. Now, I like a nice little space for me to stand on the interior of the base. There we go. On the interior of the base, I'll use what I call the L shape, or what's known as a plate corner. Ah, I had it there. You can rotate backwards, but I never do because my key that goes to my NVIDIA is also that. So now you can see that we have this, right? So we can stand here, and if you're fighting the mobs, pow, 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 you can move back to where they're hitting the edge of that, and then you can reload your weapon or do whatever you need to do. And then move forward again and then shoot them again, especially if they're shooting straight up, like a cop or something like that. So that is very, very effective, as you can see. And then we'll go in and we'll just fill in the rest of this as we go. And you can see very easy from the top part. I'm going to do the corners later because it just allows me to do this part much easier. And then I can do this. And I put this over here so I can see whether it's rotated correctly first. And again, this just makes this easier from up here. And quite often, it's actually easier to do stuff if you're doing the same thing over and over. When you're switching like this, it takes longer. But we can make it easier on ourselves by simply using one like this. And then we cut this one in half. And then this one will be the other piece. So now we have both pieces in our bar there. Though I do need my drone. He's never around when you need him. And then you can't find him when you're looking for him. There he is. He's hiding up there. Give me some of them blocks. Put a bunch of blocks on that one. Bunch of blocks on that one. There we go. And then we'll make sure not to put down cement for our ladder because we're going to move our ladder eventually. It's just kind of sitting here for right now just to help me get up on top there. Notice how I pre-thought that out so it would line up to the top part. All right, now what we're going to do is just put this down like so. Just go back and forth. And again, it's a little easier to do it from up on top. And this is really going to make it difficult for the mobs to climb up here. I'm going to make it even more difficult for them here in a minute. And then we're going to just grab that corner. And we'll get this shape. Oh, get that shape down there. There we go. Again, we'll do these corners later on. That way out there. Rotate it till it looks like it's the right way. You definitely want to get one right before you do a whole bunch of these. Otherwise, you'd be in here taking out a bunch of concrete. I'm just doing them 3 at a time. That's why when I get to the end, this will all be done. We're doing on time. Looking good. Looking good. Plenty of time. How long have we been going? Man, 2 hours. Like that. That's when you know you're having fun, everybody. When time's just flying by. That's my ultimate measure of any game. Or really measure with hanging out with peeps. If you're hanging out with peeps that you like, you'll find that time goes at such an accelerated rate. Goes very, very fast. Alright, turn the corner. Oops, I think I did that one too many times. No problem. We got an auger. Get into the zone, everybody. When I get quiet, you know I'm in the zone. I'm in the building zone. Might even be able to do this location horde night at this rate. Going pretty good. We definitely would need to bring our ammo over here though, so we have enough ammo. Watch that food and water as well. I think I have plenty of it on me. I do. Everything going nice and smooth for right now, but at any moment, everything can go off the rails. Now, these corners are a little tougher because you got to use this corner wall. And it's hard to sometimes see the way that the corner is. So you want to just do it up here first and then put it down there. And then I'm going to do the same thing over here. Kind of rotate this so I can see. And if I'm lucky, it'll rotate. Nope. It'll rotate the way I want after each one. But, oh, and now I forgot to fill that in down there. There we go. That one there. That's why I wait till after, because sometimes you get lucky and it'll rotate depending on where you started. And there we go. We just built that from scratch, everybody. That is the Kismet kill box. And it is awesome, as you can see. And again, we want to be able to see through. But again, if we build a bunch of walls here, not going to be able to see through, right? Unless you know the trick, everybody. Unless you know the trick. And I say we go ahead and head on back for a moment. And we get our next little tricky thing. Probably actually be good to drop some of this in the box. And the cool thing is I actually have an entrance. I know, crazy, right? Look at that. There's an actual door there. I'm going to go ahead and put it up here in a drop box 4. I'm going to put all this stuff up here that I picked up along the way. Not my ammo. What else we got? I want a chainsaw back. Leave this here. Boots. Yeah, boots there. All the rest of my stuff good. Yeah, she got my shotgun, got my gyro. Combine those back together and just stick them up there for now. All right, we all good? Keep them out of there. All right, see if I got my base tagged. I do. If you just press the shift and release, you'll see this icon right here, which means you're in run mode or basically like turbo mode if you're on your vehicle. So, quick little glance back. Kind of see it back there. But we're going to head back to the desert biome and grab a bunch more resources now that we have it kind of established. And the things that we need, ammo, food, water, those are important. But actually what I need is I need to upgrade those boxes. So those boxes don't have one of the throwers throw that stuff over there. Chuck doesn't throw a rock at my boxes and my boxes all get destroyed. Now here's the thing, everybody. They don't care about your base, and they don't care about your stuff. They're after you. You're the meat that they want. That's why, if you ever notice, everybody, that when you have meat in your pocket, they can smell you, but rotten flesh, they do not, because they don't need rotten flesh. They're looking for you, the tasty meat. They want to chomp your brains. So that's why that does not give off a smell. I mean, it does for us, but remember, that's the zombie is smelling you. So we're going to head over here now that we found a good spot, and we're going to start to build this up. Now, the first thing, of course, forged iron, steel, stuff like that, so I can strengthen those boxes. And then I'll just load up my vehicle with a bunch of goodies that I'm going to need, and we'll continue to build that out. And then we want to remember to get our special shape that we need from the Zillion Tower. And that Zillion Tower is going to allow us to be able to see all the way across the entire base, which is going to be awesome. Awesome. We could also grab a bench and some forges and all that other stuff, but we'll just let all of our stuff kind of rock and roll for now. And the toughest part is this part. This is the back and forth part where you're loading stuff up. But I do have the cargo mods in there, so I can carry a ton of cargo. So it shouldn't take too long. And man, we got such an action-packed week, everybody. If you haven't seen my updated schedule, we got so many games lined up. Big love to all of them. Contact me and say, hey, Kismet, you want to try this on stream? I'm like, yeah, sure. I'm down. Funny thing is, everybody, 99% of that stuff I turned down. I just don't have enough time, or it's not a game that I think you guys would like or I would like. I just turned that stuff down because I don't want to give them false hope that I have enough time in the week to do all the games. But this is like probably the most action-packed week I've ever done. And it takes a lot of effort to do all of that, everybody. It really does. They line up all the games and advertise them all and get them all loaded and do all that kind of stuff. I know, it's a horrible problem to have, huh? Play games. I'm very thankful, everybody. Very appreciative to be in that position to play lots of games. And you never want to lose track of that. All right. I think that whole border of the thing is way too large. I think that thing should be way smaller. It should give you indication, but shouldn't like completely, be a third of your screen all the way around. It actually kind of feels like a half of your screen most of the time. So I like the desert because the desert, one, is clear. You're not like straining your eyes like you do in the burnt biome and in the wasteland. But sometimes in the winter biome, that's the same thing, where it's really dark and dingy, hard to see because of the storms, or it's just foggy or whatever it is. And sometimes in the forest that happens too, where it's raining or whatnot. And if you have storms turned on, then you'll have sandstorms and radiation storms, all that kind of stuff, depending on what biome you're in. But I've turned the storms off. I think that's enough self-torture. I'll turn it back on in 3.0. We'll see. And again, I don't know when 3.0 is coming out, everybody. They haven't announced it yet. But I've been part of every streamer weekend they've ever had. And I consider myself very lucky to be able to do that as well. So the second they have streamer weekend, we will get streamer weekend going on. And then we'll reset, and then we'll play it all the way through, see how it plays. We might also, play it for a bit and then decide, okay, we want to try some of these other settings, and then we'll try some other settings, reset, try that. You get the idea. Usually we do that when it's an experimental, and then when it's stable, we'll choose like a certain type of settings that we like, and then we'll play it all the way through to the wasteland. So I love doing mega building too, everybody. When you get over to a big old city like this and you just start like rebuilding the whole city, that's super fun. Super fun. And again, if you haven't seen this base, everybody, you're in for a treat. This is probably one of my favorite of all time that I've done. Because I keep seeing these roundabouts, and I'm thinking, man, one of these days, I'm going to build a really cool base at the roundabout. And guess what? I did. Right here. Here we go. Coming in hot. Good enough. I just let it bounce. Oh, it tinkles. Oh, I can't jump. I got to wait for my thing to done. There we go. So as you can see, we've got an electric fence around the outside. We've got our blade traps right here. You might notice this bulletproof glass, and you're thinking, Kismet, you crazy, bro? That bulletproof glass, that's only 3,000. That's going to let those bombers blow that up in no time at all. Well, guess what, everybody? That is not a bulletproof glass. It looks like bulletproof glass, but it's not. That's from the Zillion Tower. And you're like, well, Kismet, again, it's still 3,000. No, it's not. It's 10,000. I'm teaching you a secret right now. Shh, don't tell nobody. Ready? I'm just going to tell you. That's 10,000 and it's glass. So you can see through it. So it gives you the ability to see through it. Like I can see way up from down below if there's any zombies up here. But they can't get to me. And if bombers do come up here, they do around 3,000 to 5,000 damage. And this is 10,000. So it's going to definitely be able to take that damage. Plus it's double lined. So there's also an interior part, a lower part that's also 10,000. Again, that we can upgrade that all the way to steel. So if you're looking right here, you can see steel is 10,000 and this glass is 10,000. Hello. And of course, we got the electric fence and the remote Kismet kill box over there. We got the turrets over there. How's it going? Enjoying that little thing? They're loving it. They love it. It's their favorite thing. Let's go over here and have some fun. Where we put the button? I forgot. I think we put it underground. Down here. Now, we'll get to the rest of this here in a second. Let's turn this power on. As you can see, we've got power for the blade traps. I think my turrets are out of ammo. Guess I could turn my electric fence off too. Watch them run in here and get chopped up. They did. All right, turn my fence back on. Just want to watch them run into the blade traps. There we go. So I just turned the power on and off at the generator. You can also have a power switch to turn that on and off, but you get the general idea. Now, here's where we took out over 5,000 blocks, and we're going to go all the way down to the bottom. Here we go. Layer after layer. You're like, Kismet, underground farms? Underground farms. Way down here at the bottom. Now, these actually represent dew collectors that we could put down here if we wanted to. But again, this is 5,000 blocks, goes all the way to bedrock. And so what I did is I cut out the outside edge, I cut out the middle, I undercut it, boom, it all fell down, and then I build out what you see here. Different layers of the base. And you can see that we have some farms here. Now, those farms are being fed by a vent that goes all the way to the top. And, of course, we have some steel bars there to prevent the zombies from dropping in there. But we can also use it as a ladder way as well. So it's not only is it bringing the light down, it's also using it as a ladder. So it serves a double purpose, which I'm a big fan of, double purposing your stuff. And you're like, well, Kismet, why doesn't it come through the glass? Well, this particular glass is not transparent, meaning that it's not going to let the light through. Bulletproof glass is transparent and will let the light through on your crops underground, but the Zillion Tower glass does not do that. So keep that in mind that you will need a vent. And you can see we're growing some cotton here so we can make some duct tape at some point. And so we're growing that. And then, of course, we have our production area. Now, see how I have these stacked vertically? That's what I'm going to be doing in this new base, is stacking them vertically above the thing. And we're going to use this bulletproof glass right here. But we want to go ahead and grab some stuff and bring it with us, like all of these blocks. And you can see I actually already have some right here, too. So we're just going to grab all of our blocks. So we'll have those. Now, just in case we have Horde Night here, might want to leave one stack of blocks there. We'll also bring our thing here, our bucket. And we'll come back for a lot of that stuff. Now, also, in case, again, we do have Horde Night here, we're going to leave all of our ammo. What are we looking for? Looking for some bullet tips here. Might want to get some more ammo started. Let's go ahead and queue up some of that. I know I was running some bullet tips over here. Very nice. We'll get a bunch of that over here. And we're going to go ahead and, again, stack across our various benches. And we've already got it favorited right here. 7. All right, we'll do 3 in this one. 3 in that one. And then maybe 1 at the top one. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. But at least it saves you a little bit of time. Across there. Put those in there. And this. All right. Why could we not do more? Oh, because we didn't have enough gunpowder. Should have been able to make more there, because we have a bunch of this. Yeah, let's go to this top one again. Whoa, 17. All right, that ought to do it. That's more like it. Some more gunpowder in there. Yeah, I can't do any more because I just don't have enough bullet tips. All right, we want to definitely rebalance that. Hold on a second. There's some baddies up there. Go get them. There's some baddies somewhere. All right, we got some ammo in here. We got that ammo. There she is. Keep hearing her, but she's not doing anything. Now, the electric fence is awesome, everybody. I highly recommend getting one as quick as you can. Much better than spikes, because this way you have to take out your spikes all the time when you're trying to loot or whatever. And here you can just turn that off. The biggest problem is going to be gasoline, and if you're using it a lot, you're going to have a gasoline problem. Now, every time I move forward on a base, I will, I'll just take all the stuff from this base. But I'll leave all the blocks and all that other stuff. But we'll iterate on it. It's like there was a screamer, and then now they're like wandering horde. For the horde. The screamer trying to run in. Reload in between. Alright, we took care of business. Back to work. Okay, so we took care of that thing. We were going to go redo this ammo. Alright, hold on. You got to be careful because it can actually overwhelm your stuff. So we got 3 there. We got 3 there. And we can do a total of 18 more. So we'll say 7 in here. Right now. Say 10 in here. That'll leave us with 8. We'll do 4 more there. And 4 more here. So that'd be 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 in there, 7 in there, and then 10 in there. Close enough. It'll split it up to where it won't take as long. All right, let's go ahead and have some meat stew here. Get that going on. Some yucca juice smoothie. Get that going as well. There we go. Now, I don't really worry about food and water typically when I'm in the base, when I'm just wandering around. Because, well, look at all this. Because I don't really need it in that second. And we'll grab some water, though, while we're here. Until I get out and I'm fighting the zombies. If I'm not fighting the zombies, I usually let my food and water go pretty low. Also, one of the when you get to the higher end food, very important to not be like burning up all that high end food when you didn't really need to go. Like you need 20 food and use 140 food. I mean, so your food, you do what you want with it, but still, I feel like that's a huge waste. In there as well. All right, let's go ahead and get our blocks now. We know we're going to use all these blocks at the new location. Again, especially when we want our window store plain bulletproof full, which you can only get from the Zillion Tower. So you have to go over there with a block and pick it up. Now, what you can do, though, once you have the block, say you have it under building blocks, you can put the building block down and then take your concrete blocks and then pick up the building block from that. Or if you're making steel blocks. I rarely ever make steel blocks. I usually make wood blocks pretty rarely in the beginning. Normally, I just make the building blocks and I upgrade them. Same thing with cobblestone. Very rarely will I make cobblestone blocks. I'll just go ahead and upgrade to cobblestone. But once you get to concrete, it's a lot of resources to get to concrete. And it takes time. So it's better to let them run, though they take a really long time to make, especially that many. That takes a long time to process. So you just kind of set them and forget them and let them just crank and crank and crank. So there you go. And again, thanks for coming out. You need to eat and drink, Kismet. I'm on it, Crimson Knight. We took care of it. What's the Xbox marked? Ah, the Xbox. It's a mystery. That means it's empty. It means there's nothing in there. I always mark them with an X when there's nothing in there. See? There's nothing in there. This way I know, should I go in and out of that box 53 times? And the answer is no. Like this box right here is empty now. I can put an X on that one. Just the X is very conveniently on the left side of the keyboard. And really easy to just hit as you go. All right, so we got finished food over here. So maybe a little bit of this, maybe a little bit of this, maybe some meds. I don't even need most of this, but we'll grab some kind of randomly. And the best part is that I do have a vehicle that I can put a lot of dish in. I like to grab full stacks of stuff. See how this is like a partial stack? I'll just grab the full stack. Get a little bit of food and water because we're going to be working over there and we don't have to run all the way back to the base every single time. Again, you see we're coming from way up there. Now, we want to look at which way the base is, that way. And I'm going to actually put this up here. It just makes it easier for me to load it. And also makes it easier for takeoff here. Get a little bit of air out of it. Put that in there. We're going to put this here. We're going to get our ammo back out again. There we go. Fill up them slots. Very nice. And then we'll go over here, speaking of ammo. And we'll get a stack of ammo there. We got more blocks in here. We got cement in there. Actually, I think this is Horde Night blocks there. So we could get those other blocks as well. Aha! Put it right in the way. Right in the way of my entrance. It happens. Alrighty. Go back and get these. Since I realized there's some up there, we got some thing there. We got some dirt that we could probably use to help us build. Now, what else do I need? Well, I would say miscellaneous crafting is the next big thing because I'm going to need a bunch of this and a bunch of this. Now, do I need all of these resources? Probably not, but we're going to take a little sample of them. So when we're over there and we need to craft something, we can craft it. Don't need the acid. Don't really need duct tape. I probably want to leave some behind for benches. Make sure to leave this behind, so if you are going to pick up all your benches and whatnot, you don't have to run out and get more resources because you took them all. I've actually had my team do that before where they took all the resources. I said, wait until we have everything picked up first, and they brought it all over, and then I didn't have the resources. It happens, everybody. It definitely happens. We don't need to leave the cobblestone. We can take this. This one. And again, now we have a bit of sampling. Now again, remember we have room because we have the storage mods in our vehicle here. Again, we're moving, and now I'm just going to say put it all in there. The murder kitty! Murder the murder kitty. Bad kitty. Bad kitty. And you're like, Kismet, why don't you go pick up that loot? Because I don't need to, that's why. All right, what else we got? We got some garden stuff. We're going to deal with that later. We got resources that we probably want to bring over. Actually, we can just bring the stacked resources. We'll bring some of this. What else we got? I already got all the wood on me here. Some lead. We don't need to leave this here because we're going to start running these forges out now. All right, went down. This is why I put the turrets up there, but the turrets are out of ammo now, so I got to come up here and deal with this guy. Make sure he's dead. Again, one of the drawbacks of having an underground base is that you have to keep going up and down and up and down and up and down too. Above ground base much easier because you can just go and deal with whatever it is in that way. So what were we doing? We were collecting resources. That's what we were doing, and we're just going to grab all the resources. Oh, we're going to run out the forges. That's what I was going to say. Get out of the way, dumb drone. All right, so now we got problems. We got a lot of stuff in here. We're going to run the iron first and then run the clay soil. It's got about 20 minutes worth of fuel in there. We'll see how it goes. So over here, same thing. We've let that run all the way in. Oops, I should have done the iron first. So this way the iron will get done, and then it'll just process the stuff for a while. We'll grab all those resources out of there now, because we want to get our resources back so we can use them on the other thing. Now you can just basically knock that out and get the resources if you want. You can destroy it. Oh, that has a lot of coal in that one. And we know what to do. I'll get the iron first. If those run out, we can just go ahead and use that coal there. In fact, here's what we're going to do. We're just going to cut that in half. I can tell you it's not going to take that long. Let's just make this easy. Put a bunch of that in there. We know that's going to run for a real long time. There we go. Now it's just going to run out. We all good. That one's going to run out. This one. Run out. There's a lot of resources as well. And same thing here. Take that. Run out the iron. Now you want to queue this up so you can just kind of set it and forget it. I think I forgot to do the iron first. So I like to do the iron first because again it gets that done and you're all good. Yeah, and you're all at zeros. There we go. All good. In here, that's going to run for a while. We could probably pick up our chemistry stations, but no big deal. This over here, we're going to take the stone out, but instead of running out the stone, what we want to do is use some of our stuff here and just run out the cement, right? This way you don't have to re-put in all the stones. So that's going to take like an hour, but once that's done, we will be all good. And then, yeah, and I could fine-tune it so it says an hour, but don't really need to. Now, some of these resources I actually need to put back because now we're filling up. Filling up over here. All right, take that out. Run that cement. It's got plenty. It's got plenty. Okay. And we don't want that in there, otherwise it'll melt it down again, which we don't want to do. And over here, you can see I've got lots of stuff rotted, which is always a good thing. And run out that cement. sure we're getting all the resources. And just shift left clicking, by the way, to get that out of there. And then we're just throwing a random number of stuff in there. And we'll come back for it later. All right, those are going to be running around and going. We're going to put all this in here. We've got Screamer out here. I see you. Get her before she screams. Make sure she's completely dead. Keep shooting her when she's down. Let's see. Any screamers? Or any mobs? Nope. Got her before she screamed. And she just died. If we hear anybody else up there, we'll wipe them out. Okay, so we got that done. We have our forges going. Forges going here. And again, this is basically you're going to leave the base now. So you want to get in here and run all this stuff out. Clay, soil. Oh, we have a little bit of lead. We'll run that. And then we'll run the clay. Again, that's actually longer than what we have there. Want to make sure it's going to run all the way out. Same thing here. There we go. And we're going to run out of coal, but no worries. We got some wood. Oops. Lead first, then clay. 64 minutes, 67 minutes. So again, that should run all out of there. Over here we have sand, which is a rough one. Because I could go and make a bunch of jars if I want. But those jars take a really, really long time. And so probably don't want to wait around for that. So we're just going to go ahead and say run out the sand. Oh, run out sand, probably go faster. Run the sand and then run things. So that's like 2 hours of running right there. So 2 hours, about 120 minutes. Go 154. And then same thing here. Wow, it's right on the dot. 144 is like that. And we got a little bit of brass. We'll run that first. Then we'll run the sand. Then we'll run the clay soil. Grab all that stuff out of there. By the way, you want to grab your stuff in the output so it doesn't max out. Grab all that. That's good. Over here. Now, of course, the more of this I keep going, that I got going, the more zombies are going to show up in my face. You can hear them out there. Sounds like a murder kitty. Always somebody trying to get up in my business. Okay, so we got that going. Up other side. I didn't even use those boxes on that side. Didn't even use it. All right. And then these are ammo. We got all those resources, which we're going to keep. Oh, I see more thing there. All right, so now, again, we're kind of decommissioning the base. So we're running out all of the resources. We can probably stop collecting this water here, so we're just going to let that finish. Looks like we were scrapping a bunch of stuff up in there. Anything else we're running? No, we're good. We're good. All right, so, and again, we can also move our cooking. I mean, you don't really need to pick these up because they're just like a few stone, but, you don't pick them up. I feel like it. Again, this is because we have our land claim block over here. And we're able to pick that stuff up. Land claim block right up there. Right there. I have it up high like that so it can go both vertically and up and down. Now down below we have a bunch of farming plots. We don't really have anything down there that we need to actually pick up by hand, but we do need to get the farming plots themselves eventually. We're going to let that grow. When that finishes growing, then we'll grab all that stuff later on. And I don't need all of these right now, and I don't need to bring these parts right now, so we'll put the parts away. What else? Well, we'll bring the cooking pot. We'll bring that. It's all looking good. All right, back to resources again. We're going to get some sand. We're going to get some clay. We'll get some stacks of stone. All the wood. No reason to leave it. Don't need that. Don't need brass radiators, but we'll bring them anyway. A shell. Let's bring all the nitrate. Not going to be doing any more nitrate here. Again, I could just start grabbing everything, but you definitely want to leave it behind if you don't need it. Okay, now we don't need our chem stations here anymore. Ah, see, right there. We need to repair it. So had we taken off with all the resources, we'd have problems right now. Oh, I thought I had forged iron on me. What did I do with that forged iron? Put it back in there. Must have put that forged iron somewhere. Thought I had a whole bunch more on me. Oh, I put it in the vehicle. All right. Now, before you can pick them up, you got to repair them. So we want to make sure we repair them all before we take all these resources and realize, oh God, we don't got no resources. I don't know how they got damaged, but they got damaged somehow. This represents a lot of time and a lot of resources, so you definitely want to pick these back up, especially the chemistry stations. Oh, my inventory's full. Oh my gosh. You do not want to have chemistry stations sitting on the ground like that. Holy mackerel. Give me a heart attack. Forgot I got that other resources. Alright, I probably have a little too much steel on me right now too. Take that out of there just as a little extra. Okay, now these benches over here, these ones are good. We can pick these up. Now you notice I'm just putting it in the box. I don't really need it on me right this second. So I'm just going to go ahead and pick these up. And these take a while to pick up, but totally worth it. Making some big progress now. Boom. And this is what I'll do. I'll build a base, decommission it, move to the next base, and so on. Always iterating, making my bases better, though. Definitely. There we go. Again, don't need them right this second. Put them right here in this box. Okay, what else can we take out? Can't take out the forges. Forges are currently running. Do I need to take out the dew collectors? Do I have a massive amount of water? I do. So I don't really need the dew collectors to run. Plus, they're almost out of jars anyway. So I'm going to take all this out. I'm going to take this out. Oop, I'm going to try anyway. I'm out of space. All right, put the resources back in the resources. So I got the space. There we go. And then I'm going to put these up in the building box. Deal with those later. And then pick up the dew collector. Getting it prepped for the big move. Now, what I'm not doing right now is prepping for... Oh, look at all that honey in there. Is prepping... Watch out when you close this. Bees will be on you. Because I don't have the mods in there, so the bees attack you every time. I'm not doing ammo, like collecting resources for ammo right now. But I am processing some ammo, so that's good. We got that all processing. Okay, so we got that. We got to let those run, let these run, let those run. We're having this process as a bunch of ammo, about another 30 minutes. Well, those are about 10 minutes. Why is that one 30 minutes and these are 10 minutes? Let's make this 4. We'll add 1 to this one. 1 to that one to balance that out a bit. There we go. We'll grab that stack. These are stacks of 762. We're getting stacks of the stuff, and we'll take some of that with us. Okay. Now, once again, resources. 1 of these, and 1 of those. And just take a bunch of stone. There we go. Or actually, we could just take a workbench. And really need a campfire? Probably not. Don't need any of that other stuff until I have the infrastructure for that. But workbench is good. Sometimes you need to make stuff for that. Let's go ahead and bring this. Let's see if we have any more pipes in here. We do not. Just in case we need some pipes, we'll leave that in there. Also, if you want to know what you can use for repairing a thing, it's going to be one of these things here, leather, duct tape, whatever it is. So I typically will leave some of it here just in case, and if I do need to run out, I'll go ahead and just grab it and run out and take care of it. But I think we've got that set up. We're ready to rock and roll. Let's go see if we can fit anything else in our flying vehicle here. Be nice to get this all done by Horde Night and have Horde Night at the other location. All right, more resources. Stacks of stone. Convert them all. So they're all now here being processed, so now you got more room to grab more stuff. And then more stacks of stone. There we go. And then that stone can process into my inventory. And we outie. So a little tricky way of carrying extra stone there too. Just process it, or whatever it is you're processing. You can just process it. Carry more. All right, we out of here. And off we go. I'm doing good, Saucy. How you doing today? I am doing awesome. We are moving bases today. We're moving to the winter biome. It is a bit of ways out here, but we've collected a whole bunch of resources. We're going to run it out there so we can upgrade our boxes and set up for the future as well. And Horde Night coming up, so we got to kind of build the exterior part of the base. We've got plenty of resources that we kind of pre-made before we got to this base. So let's make it in that base back there. We're running out all of our forges so that we can pick up all those forges and bring them forward. Because I don't need multiple bases to be functional, because I just need the base wherever I'm at to be functional. It's not like I'm going to run all the way back to this base and make some, vehicle or something. I'm just not. I just bring the whole thing forward with me when I get to another biome. And the whole point of this playthrough is to do each biome, build a base in each biome that works with that particular biome. And that's what we're doing. Getting it going on. Playing some 7 days and watching the stream. Hey, I appreciate it. A lot of people do. A lot of people listen to my stream like a podcast. Just me chatting away. Chatting away, telling you all my secrets. I told some of my top 5 tips earlier, everybody. If you didn't miss it, I'll give it to you again. Number 1, when you first start the game, everybody, don't keep all that stuff. Sell it to the trader. Prioritize your food and water. You're like, yeah, man, how do you know? I know because if you look right over here, I have 0 deaths, everybody. I'm level 106. Right over there. That's how I know it works. And you're like, Kevin, what else you got? Well, tip number 2 is to go through and make sure that you get rid of your pipe rifle as quick as possible and upgrade to some sort of weapon like a 9mm pistol, because you do get a lot of 9mm. 9mm also pretty easy to make as you get further in the game. Then you want to follow the ABCs of any survival game, everybody, and that is always be crafting. Now, right back there, we're actually stopping all of our crafting right now, and we're moving our crafting over here. So once we get over here, we'll continue our crafting going. So always be crafting. Tip number 3. Tip number 4 is use your skill gear to get your skills up as quick as possible, meaning using your nerdy outfit and using your intelligence perk if you decide to go down the intelligence line. And as you can see, I've got all of my very early game unlocked, and that makes my character really strong because I can make some of the best stuff in the game. Then number 5 would be think about your long term on when you're doing your perks, right? You're putting your perk points in there. You're like, am I going to go really far into this perk line, or am I not going to go? Am I going to try to get one that's at 10, or am I going to get one at 5? I'm always thinking that way when it comes to perks, because each of those points is basically your survival. So, and also it's how you want to play. If you want to play more stealthy, obviously you're going to put more points into stealthy, but you also have to think about your survival. So you have to put some points into making food or collecting, especially living off the land. Even if you just put 1 point into living off the land, it does make a massive difference throughout your whole entire playthrough for sure. And you see, very cold in the winter biome. Very cold in here. I turned it. Oh, I wanted to watch it. Ran into a tree. Re-engaged. Standard Kismet driving right here, everybody. Not paying attention. Talking to the chat. There we go. We got it. We got it. Greater guys from your stream helps a lot. Well, hey, I try to discover new stuff all the time and pass it on to you guys. That's the fun. What's up, WFO? Thanks for coming and hanging out. We're having some fun up in here, man. We're moving bases and trying some new stuff. Trying some new stuff today, or at least an iteration on some of the stuff I've done in the past, and seeing if we can get this to work. There's going to be a lot of back and forth for sure, bringing all these resources. Now, I don't actually have to bring these resources forward. I could just go get more resources and recraft all that stuff if I wanted. But I hate leaving resources behind. I like to bring all my stuff forward. So I'll go back and forth, because it's actually less time for me to go back and forth than to collect the resources, remake the items, and do all of that stuff. It absolutely is. It's actually a better use of my time to bring all of the stuff forward, because again, you can fit a lot in your gyrocopter. You can also drive the truck as well. I don't like to drive the truck because, one, it bounces all over the place, but also you have to dodge all the trees, and you have to dodge the zombies and go up and down over the hills and all that stuff. Though the truck can hold a lot, so some of my team swear by the truck. They'll put everything in there, and it's like, oh man, you get so much more in there. And then they'll drive their way wherever we're moving our base to. You'll see them do it next Saturday night. We'll see. You'll see them doing it, moving base, because we're going to move base on that one too. We're going to move to the burnt biome. And we're doing a kind of a practice run for 3.0, how we're going to play 3.0 when it comes out. We're going to have a custom base that we built from scratch, and then we're going to try out the 3.0 features. So far, the features that they've shown is your ability to customize the game. I mean, it's already amazingly customizable, but a whole bunch of other stuff that you normally would have to go into the settings, into the actual settings file. Not just in the settings, but in the settings file itself to adjust or get a mod or something like that. But they're going to add a whole bunch of stuff that you can change, which is cool. Very, very cool. All right, heading back. Watch out for the trader here. Now, we're actually building behind the trader. Or no, we're building across from the trader. Went past it. I was going to build behind the trader. See, I got my red flag there. I forgot. We decided that sucked because there was an angled terrain there. We'll get there. There it is. In fact, let's make this easy. With some pro landing right here. Good enough. We'll take it. All right, we're here. Nice. So what we're going to do, not get in there, we're going to go right here. We're going to see if we can swap some of this stuff out. All right. Now, up at the top here, I'm not going to be getting in this one all that much, so I'm going to put resources right up there at the top. Again, ones that I do less at the top. Now I'm just going to put a few of them in there. I'm going to double press this button. Anything that's already like what's in the box here, it'll just automatically go in there. Same thing there. Then we're going to go ahead and wipe that guy out. Then we're going to go through. I'll make sure to keep this inner door closed. We don't want them sneaking in. Not that they just can't go around here right now and just jump. Now, especially dangerous here in the winter biome, again, because of Chuck. So we're going to make sure that Chuck doesn't destroy our stuff. So we're going to go ahead and upgrade these. These become really strong, everybody. Those just became like concrete, and now they're steel. So this is as strong as steel. Actually, stronger than my concrete right now. Nice. Okay, we got that going. Now, the one I use the most, everybody, is the miscellaneous crafting box. So I'm going to go ahead and put this right here, miscrafting. Because we just put a whole bunch of resources in there and make it nice and easy. And then we're going to add some more boxes over here. And we're going to do some benches and fun stuff back here in the back. Okay, so now those are secure. Now the other thing that we want to do is go ahead and secure the inside so we're not freezing to death all the time. So we're going to work on the interior of the base, and we're going to use these very... Oh, actually, I already have them in my bar there. Very special pieces, and we're going to pick up the shape of this piece here. And nope. That's not what I wanted to do. Put this over here just in case. We want to do that, and then rotate this. There we go. Now, this particular piece is very thin, right? Very thin, but if you see when I put it down, and then I go ahead and I punch it, it's worth 100, right? And you're like, well, because it's 100, it's going to get destroyed. True. But what we can do is take that out, like that. What we can do is get our concrete blocks and put those down. Or we can put down our steel blocks, whatever you want to do. And so now we're going to take this special Zillion Tower piece that we went to the Zillion Tower in the Wasteland. We right-clicked on it. We said, pick up this shape and this style of piece. But now when we go to punch it, how much is it? 5,000. So that's as high as concrete right there now. So that's as strong as concrete, but is transparent. Now, the trickiest part, of course, is trying to stack these things because it is very, very awkward. Very awkward. There we go. And now what we do is we have the ability to see outwards, but it be very, very strong. And again, very easy to mess these up. Now, you can't even pick this piece in the shapes. You can't just go into shapes and pick it. You have to go to the actual building and do it there. Again, these are outside pieces, so I have more room in the interior of my base. There we go. And again, we can see if there's any zombies out there. And if there are, we can go out here, pew, 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 shoot the zombies. And then back in here we go. And again, now we're creating a barrier on the interior. And we're just going to go ahead and take all this out. Right here. And again, just think of these like transparent concrete walls. There we go. That's 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay. Now I have a door there, and if I want to get into the center of the kill box there, I want to think about my how to access the different sides of the kill box itself. This is the exact center. I typically go off the exact center, so right here. So we'll fill these in. We'll go ahead and make ourselves a door right over here. Now, the more doors you have, the more dangerous it becomes that they could breach that door and you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. Now, see, this door opens inwards, but it just so happens that my boxes are there too, so it works pretty great. This is an inside door, so it's here, not out here. It's not turned this way like that. It's turned this way right here. Very important thing to know the difference. And so, again, over here, We'll want to turn this so it's like this. I like it to be flush. If you make it where it goes in, well, they can get under there, especially if you have an overhang and they get in there, it's hard to shoot them inside where your door is. You want to make it really hard for them to be blocked in there. And then this way. And another door. Like so. Okay. Again, I like to have doors on all sides so I can just very easily access it. Now, obviously, we'll upgrade these doors to be way stronger than wood doors. Obviously. Right there's a building block. We can just pick that up. Okay. And then over here, we will try to stack these nicely. Okay, we'll go there instead. And again, we just aim at the edge of this. Going to be pretty awkward because it's so thin. Be nice if I could make it as a plate. And I can't even stand on it. Yeah. Be nice if I could make it as a plate, but not giving me that option. I'll do this. Okay, now remember, the top of the base is going to be up here, like so. Now, this particular base, I'm going to go ahead and get some more concrete over here.
Good morning, survivors.
Good morning.
Is now open.
There we go. Now, right here is where this is going to come up to meet this, but I'm going to have this where I can shoot down in here in case the mobs are down here, right? In case they breach the base, I'll definitely want to be able to shoot down into this lower part. But obviously, you don't want them to get into here. But this is where all your production and all your resources are going to be. Normally, that's why I put them elevated and not right here. Now, these boxes will be fine, but if I have a workbench, they'll annihilate those workbenches, everybody. They'll absolutely wipe them out, all your forges, all that kind of stuff, especially this guy. Don't do it. Especially that guy. You got to really wipe those guys out when you're building, too, because they'll just start smoking all your stuff, especially all your wood boxes that you got. Now, once I got this going, I'm going pretty good. Now, what am I going to do up here at the top? What I can do is something actually pretty tricky. I'll show you another great little trick here. I'll get my fingers to cooperate. We'll get up into here. And what I want to do is have access to the boxes up on the top during Horde Night. So, what I'm going to do is go in here, find these boxes. There we go. And we're going to stack these boxes even higher. Go here, and then we'll go there. Can we make it here? Yep. And so we're going to stack these boxes all the way up here. Now, one of the things they took out, which is a huge bummer, is the ability to see the label from the top. I don't know why they did that. I mean, I would love to have the label back on the top. I feel like that sucks. But I can still access all of these from down here. Like I can label this one Horde Night 762. And I can access them from within the base, right? So I can go ahead and upgrade these as well. I know I'm going to use all of these. And it also becomes a structural part of the base, right? So I can access those from here, or if I'm up on top, running around, shooting baddies down there. I can also say, I need some 762 and access it from up above, right? I'll throw some in there just so we can see. There we go. Then you might want to go like food, water, meds, stuff like that. Let's upgrade those. Let's say this one is food, water, meds. There we go. One of the cool things, if you have the bars next to it, I can see through the bars that what the actual label of it is. So I can do this like that. Again, we'll just bring these over. Just a bit. Now, obviously, you want to be able to get up here to the top, but we still want to have the ability to drop the ladder. So the tricky part is if I put the ladder here, and I go ahead and lets me grab the ladder. There we go. If I put the ladder here and say I grab the top one, notice the rest of them didn't fall. And that's because this is a block, right? This is still a block there in the corner. But if we go ahead and move this out just a little bit in both directions, which we'll go ahead and do this and this, there we go. And we try to put it here, and then we take out the top one, it drops, right? So where's a great place for a ladder? Right here. Now, why would I want it to drop? Why would I want to take that out of there? Well, that's because you don't want the zombies climbing up there. And again, I can take it all out, put it like this. Normally, I put it like this because the zombies have trouble getting up on the ladder there. But if they're climbing on each other, they can get up on your ladder. Most of the time, they knock out the bottom of the ladder, by the way. But I do like a good quick release ladder where I can take it out. Or even better, just upgrade the top one, take out the middle one, and let it drop. So they can't get to you. If they do breach this inner part of the base, you can get up above. They can't get to you up there unless they're ranged. And you're good. And again, so now we can see all the way across to the other side of the base in case things are going on, or if we're in here working, we say, oh, we hear somebody attacking the base. You get the idea. Now, the biggest tricky part is the corners because this one does not have a corner block, but I designed it in such a way where it doesn't matter because this doesn't need a corner block. I can just do that, right? Because I thought that through. Very important to think that stuff through. This one. That one. And again, these are all outside blocks. Okay, so we got that going. We've got this nice and stacked. We want to get up here. Speaking of stacked, stack this and stack that. Notice this part here is going to have a gap. If they do get in here and start to climb up over each other, they will be able to get through here. But we'll make some adjustments to that in just a bit. Again, we're just trying to block in the interior part of the base, like so. Very nice, very nice. Let's just keep on keeping on. Again, this part's very awkward because it's so thin. All right. Now, the problem also, though, is that the screamers can see you through the glass, even though, in theory, this is not transparent glass like bulletproof glass is. But they can still see you in there, so it'll set them off, and they will scream, and then you will pull in more zombies. Again, remember, this is concrete blocks I'm putting in right now. Really, the trick is to try to get them in height-wise, and then you can use these, the edge of these as a template. There we go. And we got our doors in there. We'll just do this whole bottom part now, just to speed this up a little bit. You guys get the idea. Now, I've done many a base where I've put the workbenches in the ground. With the new workbenches, it's not as good as it used to be. The previous workbenches were a lot more flat, so you could run across the top of them better. The new ones are awkward when you have them in the ground, but it's totally possible if that's your thing. But again, we're using this Zillion Tower bulletproof glass, which is worth currently 5,000. Now, the great thing is also I can come back with my steel and upgrade this to 10,000. Another thing I could do is I could double line it, where I could put this on the outside like I'm doing right now, and then I could turn around and do this. And I would have a super thin thing, which wouldn't take up much room in my base, but it would be 10,000 on both sides, so it'd be 20,000 they would have to breach. And if it was a problem and they kept breaching, I would totally do that. I would double line it. At least the first 3 layers I would double line, and then I would put everything up above, because they're really gonna damage the bottom 3 layers of whatever it is you're doing most of the time, unless it's a bomber. Bomber will just destroy everything that's nearby wherever they blew up. All right, and there we go. Getting those in there. Now sometimes you can just hold down. Oh! Yeah, that was not strong enough to hold that up. Interesting. These held up just fine. But yeah, that wood door is not strong enough to hold that up. Well, we're learning new things. That's why we do new stuff, to see what happens. So we got to watch out when it gets to that door. Oh, we put it the wrong way. One or the other. And so that's concrete. That shouldn't fall down. Do it again, but like this, without that missing part. Oh, seems fine now. Doesn't matter what should happen, everybody. Only matters what does happen. So if you see that fall out of there, but you know the mechanics, you're like, well, that shouldn't have done that. Let me try it again. There you go. I might have had my piece switch too. I don't know what caused it. I don't even care, because I know I'm just going to roll on, because that should work, because I've done it before. And getting these first 3 layers in. Trickiest part is getting this upper ones in there. Use the ladder to look backwards. There we go. I usually have to do it once per side. Good robot. Alright, that's it. You annoyed me enough today. Stay there. Hate that robot. He's always getting in your way when you're building or shooting or really doing anything. He should never be right in front of you unless you tell him to be there. He should be above your head. Because otherwise he's in your way constantly. Again, needs like a formation. A lot of misclicking. There we go. All right. Remember, it's concrete, so now you got to take it out like it's a piece of concrete. Day 87 of permadeath. Look at you go. Oh, doing it in the wasteland, huh? I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there again. Yeah, day 87. I'm on 123. Haven't got to the wasteland yet. I'm doing every 50 days. I'm moving forward, so probably day 175 or so. We'll go ahead and move forward. All right, same thing here. We want to watch out that we're not using the thing as our support here. Don't cause a cascade fail. I'll be interested to see what happens when Chuck throws over. Now, see how you can't see, but you have to get close, and then you'll see. Knock, knock. Fred's there. What's up, Fred? And again, using our cool technique of the Zillion Tower. And we got more to do over here in case Chuck comes along. Now remember, Chuck lobs that thing too. So he can lob it over the base like this, and then it land right in the middle there. So we're going to have to deal with that too. We will deal with all of that here in a bit. Right now, we're just trying to get the first 3 levels in before he shows up and starts throwing stuff in here. So awkward. I really could take a page of Satisfactory's book here and make it where, like if I just aim at the edge here, this top row, it would automatically go up. If I aim at the right row, automatically go right. If I aim at the left row, automatically go left. That's what's so awesome about Satisfactory. It's once you see it's done like that, every game should do that. Because that's the right way to do it, right? Again, once you know the right way, then that's the way it should be done. At least I think so. Taking my time here, trying not to make too many of these messed up. This is the hardest part of the base right here, is just working with this glass. Sometimes right when I click it does it. Oh, I want to make sure we do this one first so we're not relying on the doorway. There we go. Might as well just take it out as you go. Man, 3 hours gone by. Whew, like that. We're going to try to get this part done. Right over here. And again, we got a lot of epic action this week, everybody. A lot of great stuff going on this week, so we want to have as much fun as we can. I love how that's the moment my headphones say, hey, I'm about to die. And there it is. All right. I gotta swap out my headphones. Come here, headphones. There we go. Now, we got that done. Let's make sure that we got the top part. Oh, we didn't do the upper part on this one. Oh, let's get this going. Let me go ahead and get my sounds switched over. You guys can hear the sound. I just got to switch over my headphones. Over here. All right, there we go. Awkward. It's like my new favorite piece right here, the Zillion Tower glass pieces. Frankly, I think they should just let you do it with glass anyway. Just make bulletproof glass work like this. Okay, so we got that side done. We do this, we did it to there. We got to get up on top here. All I got to do is put one of them on the top. Get up on our vehicle here. Too far. Sometimes I'll use boxes and sometimes I'll just use ladders. Either way works. The right rotation. Get one in. There we go. Okay, so we got this side good. That side good. We just got to do these here. This way you have something to aim at from down here. You can try to do it from up above. It's going to be super awkward. From up above also. Speaking of awkward. Oh, there you go. Trying to tile over everything. We tried to do that. We broke our server. We were doing so much. We were building entire skyscrapers and all of that. It's really fun, though. Really, really fun. Yeah, I don't know. It got corrupted or something. I don't know what we did. But probably because we carried over from our previous playthrough. Okie dokie. Oh, we got it right here. Almost done with this part. This is like the hardest part again because it's so thin. Now you can see there's a little bit of a gap between the windows there. Kind of dangerous when it's real thin like this. So we'll see if they can make it through there with ranged. So we'll see. All right, all good. This one we got to take out. All right. There we go. So we got the inner part protected with concrete. We got the outer part protected. We're looking good, good, and good. And again, watch this little trick, everybody. We're just going to kind of trick them a little bit. I'm going to take the door. Literally do that. Now, see, it's actually double lined, so they're going to think it's double lined. Looking good. Now we just need a ceiling over the top here. And that's the tricky part. And we'll get to that in a bit. Let's see. How are we going to do that? That's a good question. We'll think about that. We'll come back. Oh, I didn't upgrade these other ones. Get all of those upgraded to steel. These are all steel. All right, then we're going to start working on the exterior of the base some more. Because, again, when that Horde Night hits, everybody, we're going to have to fight those baddies off. And we don't got much ammo, so we'll see how it goes. And we have no other defenses as well. So we'll definitely want to think about how we're going to do our electric fence and all of that around this outside. And we've got this going. We want to go ahead and put our stuff around there and whatnot. Yes, yes. Do some math here in my head. Perfect. Awesome. Workbench, workbench, chemistry bench. And notice this up. So I'm going to attach it to the wall because it's concrete and eventually be steel. And I'm just going to hang it on the wall. Now this side's the safest side because this is typically where the trader is and have less mobs. But, again, when you hang it on the wall there and they do breach, everybody, they'll breach the lower part usually. But it still has the potential of getting destroyed. If a bomber got into the inside, blew up right there, boom, it would take those benches out. But basically, we're going to have hanging workbenches. So they're all going to hang around the outside of the base. And then when I want to run a bunch of workbenches, just bench, 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 a bunch of chemistry stations, chemistry, 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 you get the idea. Like we could figure out how many chemistry benches we could put this way. So we could go, say, like this, and then I'm just going to, say, do like that. Just to represent. There's 2. 3. Let's see if it works out where... Yeah, and then we can put a workbench at the end. Like that. So again, we can hang stuff on the wall. That's the whole point of this base. Is so you can still see out at all the baddies, but hang stuff where you could still utilize all your stuff. So it's not adjusting, it's not interfering with your ability to see the zombies. But it's still strong enough to protect you against when it's throwing or any of that stuff, or during Horde Night when it's going to hit, you know, like the cops are going to hit behind you a lot. So if you're standing in front of your dew collectors, everybody, not good. Not good. And that's another reason why we have this really high. You'll see why for that. And this internal part is going to be much higher than this. But at least we've got some sort of protection while we're standing in here while we're working. Of course, we don't have protection against the weather yet. That's something we're going to need some protection against. Also, we could go ahead and say, okay, we're going to put a dew collector here. All right, so we'll just make it a 3x3, which is basically a total of 9 blocks, but it's 3 this way, 3 that way, and we'll call that the center. Then it's also going to go up by 3, so there's 3 up like that. I'm going to put one here so I can stand on it. So this is the height of a dew collector right here. Then what we need is we need 6 blocks above the dew collector. So what we're going to do is create another little block just to represent it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And yes, our base is going to be that tall. And the reason why is so we don't have to leave the top of the base open. Don't have to leave it open at all. And so what we can do is we can put other stuff on top of the base. Now, I always like to err on the side of caution, so I typically would go another block like that and just have a little bit up there at the top that we can utilize. And then we're going to also utilize the whole top part of the base as well. We have like a 3-gap where you can run around the outside edge of the base, and then the interior of the base is our production. And so far, so good. Looking good, looking good. In fact, we'll just leave this like that. All right, now what we're going to do is go ahead and take a little bit of a break because we've been going for 3 hours straight. We're going to take a little bit of a break, let you guys play some words on stream and do it as well. Yes, if you do too much in the game, we'll crash out. It's happened to me before. I planted too many trees. Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, we had one time we had this massive tree farm that we did. Man, the whole game was like... That's why we normally cut down all the trees by our base, by the way, to reduce that down. Though they have optimized it a bunch, and they have a bunch more optimizing to do, but again, remember, they're still developing the game. Now, again, the biggest problem is if you're too far back, you can't see through it. See how it starts to solidify? It does the same thing in bulletproof glass. It basically just hides it. You can't see that transparency. So when you hear a zombie, just kind of walk toward that direction. And you'll see, unless you build it much smaller, obviously, then if you're in the center, you'll be able to see from all the directions. If you're standing right here, you can see through all the glass and see if there's any baddies out there trying to get you. And again, we don't have any forges or any of that stuff running, so it's not really bothering us as well. So no biggie right there. And yeah, we're going to have some stuff going on. Oh, yeah, very cool. And again, this is kind of a design actually for my team at this size. I would have scaled this way down for me. But again, just trying to get a general size for my team to try out in a future base. So there we go. So we got all that going. We got all this going. Did we take all the resources out of here? No, we did not. Now, at this point, I would just take everything out and put it in resources, and I would sort it later. Oh. Just grabbing it all out, and then putting it all in. There we go. That one's full. Okay, that wasn't even close. And we'll just say resources too. Now, let's check our vehicle. Vehicle's clear. We'll pick that up. And we're off and running. Again, we want to work on the outside protection for Horde Night. If we make it through Horde Night, then we'll start working on the upper part over time as well. Depends on when 3.0 comes out. Everybody, 3.0 comes out, then we're going to restart this whole playthrough. Just a heads up. We might also go Saturday and Sunday for the team play, and I might come back to solo play later. We'll see. We'll see how I feel when 3.0 comes out as well. And I'll ask my team, too, if they want to go and do Saturday and Sunday. I try not to burn them out, everybody, because that's a lot. That's a lot for the team to do. Because sometimes we play for like 8 hours, like a long time. Or me, I play sometimes 12 to 20 hours here in the stream, which I wasn't able to do long ago. All right, that's all looking awesome. We'll come back to that in just a bit. Let's go ahead and bring up some fun for all of you. We're going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream for you guys to play while I take a little bit of a break. Then we'll come back. We're going to work on the whole next part of this base and try to start stacking some stuff up there. And then eventually make enough steel to steel up the outside of the base. We're going to double line the outside of the base. I'm going to show you how to do that, as well as work on our electricity, because we're going to at least need electricity. And this is a very big base for a solo player, so we definitely need to get that electricity down as quick as we can. We need to figure out our distances, where we're going to put our poles, how we're going to line the poles, keep them from standing up on top of the poles, all of that stuff. All of those logistics we're going to need to get to ASAP, because we got like 2 days to build the rest of the base. Or actually less than 2 days. All right, here we go. Starting this up. Go ahead and descramble the words in the chat, everybody. You can't do it over on twitch.tv/Kismet. You can go ahead and just descramble the words. The more I see you guys working together, the more kids caps I'm going to shower you with when I get back. All right, here we go. All right, I'm back, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and have it. We're going to get back to some 7 Days to Die. Let's get it going right over here. All right, we got to get the rest of this base in here, everybody. We got to work on the outside of the base because Horde Night is approaching. Man, we got to cut that way back there. Let's start with that. Now we got to cut this back around here so the mobs aren't crawling up on the upper part of the base. We're going to try to undercut a lot of this. See, I go right to work, everybody. Right to work. So I don't have to take out all the stone. See, that's the trick. Some of this we're going to have to do stone. Some of it looks like stone, but it's not stone. There it goes. How far back does this go? Quite a ways. Thanks for putting a 1 in the chat. Thanks for letting me know everything's working. Gonna give you guys a bunch of kids caps for being awesome. There it goes. I love watching it cascade down like that. So cool. Very cool. All right, let's cut this back just a little bit more. Now again, when you cascade it down like that, you lose some of the resources, but that's okay. Because really the whole point of it is to move it out of the way. So they can't easily get up on top of my base, which I don't want them to do. And now we're getting to some stone here. Just trying to cause instability in the blocks up above because they're hanging over so far. Well, the stone's going to hold it up pretty strong, so you got to cut it back real far. Clean all this up while we're at it. Now, another little trick too is you can just attach some boxes to it. That's a pretty cool trick. And what it does is it recalculates whether it can hold it up. When you put a box on there, and it'll just pull that whole thing down. Showed you a great little trick there, everybody. Save you some time. Save you some serious time. Again, just put a building block on there and it'll just fall down. Doesn't have to be a concrete block or anything like that. Just make it recalculate its structural ability. We're just moving this a bit away from the base so that we can work on our electricity here. Also, we don't want no mobs to get trapped in there and start digging under our base, which is not good. All right, probably good enough for now. Widen this out just a bit. Again, we got to think. We only got so much time before Horde Night. If we're going to have Horde Night here and not back at my other base, we're going to need to cook. All right, so I'm going to make it about 3 wide for now. Same thing on this side. A lot more work when you got a bunch of stone and stuff you have to clear. See, sometimes you'll get this kind of odd shape like this. You're not sure whether the block is good or not. I don't worry about it. I just put a bunch of blocks in like this. If it can go down in there, it goes in there, but otherwise, just gonna cover it up. I don't mess around, bear. All right. Now I can tell you over the span of a few Horde Nights, everybody, that this railing and all this is going to get destroyed. It's going to get absolutely wrecked, but we're going to leave it for now just to have some fun with it. And then we'll let the zombies do some of the work for us. And then eventually we'll come back and put that all the way out onto the road. There he is. Get him a few extra just in case. All right, one more out. All out of gas, but luckily I brought a whole bunch of it. Now, before we double line the base, we want to figure out where we're going to do our electricity first. Notice that some of this snow You know, take it out, just build a block over it. I'll flatten it out. And there we go. Again, we want to figure out our electricity. Now, our electricity can go 16. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10. So we're going to go in group of 10. Ah, trip me up. Perfect. Okay, so that right there, 10, 20, 26. So what we want to do is cut it in half. And you go a maximum about 15, 16. So we want to find the center, which is, I believe that's the center right here. Then we're going to recount it from the center. We're going to offset that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 10, 11, 12. So it's 12 from the center. So if I put electric post in the center, I put one off to that side, it'll be fine. And the fact that the whole base is square, meaning that it's going to fit on all the sides. So we don't have to put too many electrical poles down. We can just go ahead and run them along the long end. And we'll do the same thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we should have 2, and that should be the center one. But we can also see it by the center post that we have. Let's take all this up. And so we know we can just put them in the corners right there. Now this one's going to be a problem because I have the door here. So probably actually better for me to offset the door. But it's perfectly lined up there, so I'll probably offset the thing here. So let's double check that number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's 13. That's fine. That'll be fine. And then center one here, and we'll offset it. And then corner. I'm just using the. I'm going to use these for guides eventually. Oh, look at this! I love it when they're all lined up like that. Because I just shoot right through them. Thanks for the loot. Just shoot right through them because it's armor penetrating. So go through the one, hit the one behind it, hit that one behind that one. Which is awesome. Do you use any mods for 7 Days to Die? There are 3 I always use. Love the farm mod because it lets you craft a lot of extra foods. I don't really. I play mostly vanilla, and that's because I'm typically giving feedback on the game. They don't like it when you play mods and then give feedback because it might be the mod causing the bug report or causing the bug thing to happen. But I have played a bunch of mods in the past. We played things from Fallout to War of the Walkers to a whole bunch of them. Typically, I do that with my crew, not necessarily in my solo playthrough. Though you'd think you'd do it more in your solo playthrough. But typically not. Typically, I'm playing without mods. Because I try to, because I don't play every single day. So by the time I've done a full playthrough, they came out with a new update. And then I do another full playthrough and they come out with another update. You get the idea. We're going to have to fix this corner here too. And put ourselves in a block. There we go. Like this, so we can get that in there. Probably have to take this out. Yeah, so we're going to make a box for our stuff here. I'm trying to think of which way do I want to start this. I probably want to start it in the front. All right, so we'll do... Then we'll have a gap. I want to go this way. Like that. Yeah, so again, I typically don't play with mods, though mods are awesome. No, I don't have anything against mods or modders. Modders are amazing. They make a lot of great stuff. Typically, if I run out of things to do, then I go and use mods like DLC. Like you can see, I'm playing a modded Fallout 4 playthrough right now, Rise of the Tycoon Empire. Very, very fun. And I wonder if I should make it this time where I just do all this from the inside. Kind of feel like I should do that this time. I think I'm going to. I'm not even going to bother to do these middle ones here. The corner ones, I still got to do from the outside so that they're cornering. So those ones I do like that, but these ones over here, I'm just going to do them all from the inside and see how that goes. You'll see what I mean here in a bit. So we're just going to do that. And then have that over the top of it. Oh, we gotta L-shape some of these on the corners. So we gotta watch out for the corner ones. But these we can just do this. Or no, we should be L-shaping those too. So we're double lining it at the same time we're doing this. Yep, should be L-shaping these. I always think of it after I've already done it. But this time I actually thought of it pretty early. Like this. Because this way it's double lining that interior part of the base, which is what we're going to do with all the rest of it anyway. And we can take this out of here. Could make these transparent. The outer part of it. Yeah, you know what? Let's try something different. Yeah, let's do the outer part of it. Still as a plate, but we're going to make it like this so we can see if the thing is destroyed in there or not. Ah, that's something new. Yeah, we'll try that. Okay, we got to go back over here and fix this though. Best to get it figured out before you go and do all of them, and then you have to take all of them out, because that sucks. There we go. Yeah, be interested to see if the glass protects the inside of the of these. Yeah, it allows us just to peek in there and see if that thing is good. All right, same thing here in the corners. Ah. Yeah, this way. I can totally see in there. All right. Hydration. Sounds like a good idea. We'll get to it here in a second. Let's stay in the zone here. Ah. Have to rotate it. I hit both buttons at the same time. It's for saying hydrate. Good time to hydrate while we're taking this block back out. Now we're setting up little areas that are going to protect our electric fence. That's what I'm doing right now. And then I'm adding these outer pieces so we can just peek in there and see how our electric fence is doing. Out my face, guy. And then over here, same thing. Yeah. I mean, that's going to be an interesting test. No. All right, nice. We're going to take these back out. And redo this part. If you don't like how loud it is, you can crouch as well. Reduces the sound. I wish you could control it individually, though, like you can in Satisfactory.
Closing soon. So stock up on munitions and have a safe evening.
Yeah, if I had an L-shaped glass block, I would use that. But since I don't got one, gonna use that. And then again, we're gonna access these from the inside.
Trader Hughes is now closed.
Cool. These ones will access from the top. All right, very nice. Let's go inside, work this from the inside. Okay, so let's do our primary one, which is right here. I'm going to put our post there. Put our post there. That's just to remind me to come back and put posts in there. I'm a little tempted to make it wider just so I can access it from in here, but the corner ones are hard. I could move it this way and then put one on the outside and on this side, but then it would just take up even more space. I try to use the minimum amount of space for this. Oop, let's repair my auger so it goes faster. The real tricky part is later when I go to connect it and then try to connect it to the one that's over here. But we'll have a hatch there that we can open. Also, we'll have a hatch on the inside. We'll actually make the hatch will make it even stronger than if I put steel there. The hatches are the strongest thing in the game. So if you had your whole base made out of hatches, everybody, you'd have a really strong base. Which I've never gotten to yet. Maybe one of these days. Make a whole base out of hatches. All right, and that's going to run all the way to there. All right. So we know where we're going to put all of our stuff. Now we got to figure out where we're going to put our electricity. Probably in the front side. And again, you can see I leave it half built because a lot of stuff hasn't been decided yet. Like where I'm going to put my electricity. So we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of this. Just so I'm not falling off the side there. Kind of feel like we'll use our boxes as our electrical box. And so what we're going to do is I need to do this on the outside. So we need a L-shaped here. The inside. Let's put it up here so we can see which way it's going. There we go. Again, we're going to attach that to the side, and that fixes that gap I was talking about. Now you have that gap fixed. Here he is. He made it all the way in the base. And that is why we need a roof. We'll get there. Crazy throwing, guys. Okay, so we're working on this up here. Probably a good idea to just put a ladder here for right now. And again, we're just getting started on this base. We're hoping to get it done by Horde Night, but if not, we can always dip back to our other base. I mean, we're not going to try to get the whole thing done, just the defenses. What the heck is going on with this rotation? It's simple. Put that there temporarily just to help me work up here. All right, there we go. Then we're going to go ahead and use our glass here. Yeah, we're going to need to take that out now. That is going to be an L-shaped there. And glass there. And that allows us to get some light during the daytime in our base, but where our base is now going to be contained away from the weather, hopefully. I might have to line it on the inside here so that it thinks that it's closed. But that's part of what we'll test and see. Put this ladder over here out now. All right. So what we want to do is put our power up here, but we want to make sure that it is protected and that it's on an outside block. Meaning that I want to go ahead and protect it by making like a little cabinet like this. And like this, but you want to be able to put the switches and everything on the inside. So we're going to go around and basically... Oh, wait, I could have made it transparent. Trying to use these zillion blocks more often. By the way, everybody, I got 3 miles in yesterday of walking. See how the weather is. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Try to get this base in and get out there and get some more walking on before it gets crazy hot again. It just dawned on me, every time I do cement, everybody, if it's just a flat piece, I could be using my transparent pieces like this. There we go. You can rotate backwards. Again, I have the key to set to something else. For my NVIDIA card, I could change it if I wanted to, but I'm not going to because it's kind of funny every time to me. And it triggers the chat, so hey, there you go. Chat triggering is fun. Okay, this is going to be our little power box. What this is going to do is have switches that open the hatches, because I'm going to make the hatches where they automatically open. And then also, and they're also going to open on the inside too, as well as power the electricity. Now, electricity is going to start right there, and then it's going to go that way all the way around and then come back over here. It's going to be on one circuit. So if one of them in the back gets knocked out, that whole entire side's going to get knocked out. What I can also do is just do it side to side, where I can put a double in the back, and then this side here will be one, and then connect it where the other side is one as well. And you can also run it in opposite directions, where I have a power that runs this way and then ends up over there, and then you have one start over there and then goes around this way and then ends up over here. This way, if one side gets taken out, the other side doesn't knock the whole rest of the chain. If they take both of these out right here, then it would knock the whole thing out all the way around. So it's kind of interesting to see how we're going to do that. Though, I'm just going to leave it as one, because in 50 days, by the time we get this thing built, it'll be just about the time to move the wasteland. And that's sometimes how it goes. All right, so we got that done. And we want to go and probably fill out the rest of these now. We know we're just going to run these down the way. Like so. And it just so happens that we happen to have the same corner right over here, that we can just do that. And the same direction over here. You get the idea. Now, the problem is that this is an outside block and this is an inside block, so that's not actually holding. This thing is being helped by that piece over there. So if you want to do yourself a solid, everybody, go and pick up like this and do that. So that this is holding this top part, at least in that corner, right? So it's holding that in. And I might go around and do that all the way around, just so it thinks that the interior part of the base is sealed away from the cold of the storm. And again, just this edge is going to be like this because of this, and then that allows us to also go in and finish up our bars here. Except for right there where we have an entrance. We can't do that because of the bar problem. That's right. We got a bar problem there. That's right, can't do that. That's because we got to put the bars down. Hello? Get away from my blocks, lady. Augers are really loud. Drags them to you. I think we're going to run out of time before we get to Horde Night, but we're going to try to get as much as we can done. Right over here. Probably best just to put in all the bars first. Let's do a bit of that. This way the bars are holding up this inner edge right there. Super awkward from up above. I feel it's like way easier to do these bars from down below. So much faster they go. Because you can aim at the bottom of the bar. Let's do the outer edge first. That's why you make a lot of blocks if you're going to build a big old base like this. Again, I would, if you were going to make this a solo base, I would scale this way down. But this is like a prototype base for my team. I'm building it a bit bigger. I'll probably end up making a smaller version of it in a future playthrough. We'll see. Okay, flip around this way. Where do we put our thing? One from the edge this way. Kismet Love Train coming in. Who's that? Brunine coming in with 27 months of sub love. There you go. Dinner time in Taiwan. Back in a bit. We'll have a great dinner, man. Yeah. Oh, 102. Yeah, hottest I've been is 105, and I was walking with flip-flops on this dock, everybody. I was out at the Colorado Copper Canyon, kind of Laughlin, kind of by Vegas. And literally the bottom, the rubber of the soles started sticking to the ground. And then it started melting under the shoe. It started melting, and it was like starting to compress. It was so hot. I was like, oh my God, my shoe is melting. Yeah, it's funny. Everybody's soles of their shoes were melting. It was not good. That's hot. That's when you know it's really hot. I've also been to Death Valley, everybody, where it's like crazy hot. I don't even know how hot it was out there, but it's crazy hot out there. Don't call it Death Valley for nothing. It's very hot. I always like to have ladders on all sides in case something goes down and I have to get up there. I don't have to run all the way to the front every time. Vitally important. What's the hottest you guys have been in? Let me know in the chat. Fastest I've been, 140 miles an hour. The hottest I've been that I remember is 105. And that's hot. I was like, nah, I'm good. That's when you go into the casino and not come back out. All right. Again, we're just putting this like this as a precaution so they can't try to get, if they get into base, they can't climb up and over. 99% chance they're not even going to get that close, everybody. As long as I'm diligently making enough ammo, I should be fine. But again, I like to test the game as intended first, and then again, if I run out of things to do, then I'll use mods and stuff. And I get the request all the time, Kismet, we should play this mod, Kismet, we should play that mod, but by the time we're ready to play them mods, it's already came out with an update. I'm just trying to play the base game with the new changes, and then go from there. Again, it's because I'm not playing it every day. If I was playing it every single day, then you'd burn through that pretty quickly. All the new stuff. But I always have more ideas, so. And again, I'll just keep running with an idea over and over again. And then try to make it better each time. Like this idea right here, where you have the outer kill box. And then you have the inner production part. And then also using these zillion windows. So we can see out, but they can't hit us, especially perfect. This is the perfect place to test it because of the guys that throw the rocks right there. Now, this middle part's going to be very tall. So this just kind of lining this outside edge just to protect that outer kill box. I could always fall back into this middle part here, but really I would fall back up, and I would not come into the center if they did breach that outer part. I would actually jump down and drag them away from the base or try to shoot them from the outside if they got stuck inside here, because you don't want them getting in here into the center. That's a big no-no. A big no-no. Okay, so we got the outside looking good. We got our ladders in. Easy to get up on the ladders, easy to pull the ladder. Let's upgrade the top ladder. Now, the reason why I upgrade the top ladder is in case the ladder gets destroyed and I need to get back up the ladder, I won't have to try to put that top one in. It'll already be there. I can pick up the shape, put the ladder down straight away. Makes it a little harder to pull up the ladder, though, when they're trying to come up the ladder. You just grab the second one down. Or you can just shoot it, by the way. You don't have to actually grab it. You can just shoot it with your gun until it drops out. The rounded ones are harder to shoot than the square ones, obviously. Square ladders. But now we want to get this middle part going on. So I guess we can measure it from over here like we were doing. I just took this out, but I actually want this to stay in. There we go, 3 high. And then 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, and 7. So we need another one of these. Oops. And just come on. Can't grab it. It's too far. All right, fine. I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Here we go. Leaning off the block. Okay, my bad. There we go. Wanted a concrete one. There we go. And then I've now lost count where I was. Back down we go. So again, you want to check the size of the dew collector. 1, 2, 3. It's right here is the height of the dew collector. And then we'll just put in round ones so we know the difference. So 1, 2, 3. Yep. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the height that we need, which is right there. And then we're going to go 7 just to make sure. There we go. And then we'll have our top blocks, which is going to be our glass. Like this. Off the center. And then what are we going to do over here? Good question. Guess like this, but at the top, again, since I don't have a shape like this, that's an L shape, I'll have to use the concrete L shapes. But if that had L shapes, it'd be awesome. I see a baddie over here. Let's go take care of business. Put that rock down. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. Don't mess with them rocks. Okay, so we got that going. We're trying to build our inner part here. Uh-oh. I made a boo-boo there. Let's take that out. 120? No thanks. I am reading Twitch chat. What's up, Bigley? How you doing, man? Sometimes I do get focused, though, because I'm in the middle of thinking. You know how it goes. But thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you. I'm actually streamed to 5 different platforms at the same time. So I do watch everybody who comes in the stream. I don't care where you watch the stream. I just appreciate that you do. It's called basic appreciation, everybody. I know it's a uncommon thing nowadays. But then again, I'm pretty old school. I appreciate people just chilling out. All right, and we got to bring that over, and we got to find... This is where that's at. So this is where that L shape needs to be. Some of these over here. There we go. I'm going to guess that that's where the L shape needs to be, but I can't see which way the L shape is going. I could have been right. I don't know. I'm going to guess that one. Nope. Do that so we can try to put this down over here and I can see. Oh, like this. Yeah, there we go. And then very trickily, we have to aim at the side of this block. No, it is that block. No, that'd be back. That's going that way. So that needs to, oh, that needs to come up one more. Oh, I see. This comes up one more. And this goes on the back. Whoa! Whoa, that door saved us. This goes on the back of that. All right, hold on. Now we gotta use our ladder. Very dangerous. Oh, upside down ladder apparently. Very dangerous to do this high up stuff. I don't even know if I have my parkour. I don't think I do. It's sketchy at best. All right, so this here should be that. And then this shape should go across and match up. Ah, there it is. So what I did is I put the glass on the back side so I could then, this way, I could, like this, like that. Put this on the back so that I could then shape that forward, and it's hanging on to that concrete glass. And then I can put that so it's shaped in the corner there, so we can't just throw rocks in the base, which is what I'm trying to solve. This over here, though, don't really see. Sometimes it's not whether it'll work; it's whether I like the look of it as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Actually, a really great place for a ladder, too. Wow, I just thought of that. Wow, see, sometimes you improve upon your own designs, everybody. What a great place for a ladder, too. Right here, right above where the center of your base is, to go up here. I'm totally doing that, too. I just improvised that. All right, then we're going to take this top piece out because I don't like it. Find ourselves a different piece. What do we feel like doing? We could put a hole there and just drop the water in the top hole and it would go all the way down to the bottom, by the way. Yeah, I just thought of that. That'd be a cool idea. You wouldn't have to bring it into the base. You could just pour it up at the top. Though it's way faster to just run it into the base. That's kind of funny. We could put a cone there. All right, sometimes I just feel creative, everybody. I feel like using a different shape. Ooh, what about a rounded pillar cap? The other way. Now it's going to be open on the sides. And it's not like a long pillar cap. Got to be something long. Let's see. Kind of feel like something more like this. Pillar 1 meter cap. This is a pipe cap. Something like this. I don't know. Just feel like using something different. Sometimes, you know, inspiration strikes. Maybe you might find some cool piece that you didn't use before. Be cool if those are on the sides. Party! Oh, yeah. Always have a way to shoot anything, try to get through your door. All right. So, yeah, we got this going now. We got this going. So, got that up there. We got that over there. Again, once you have the one down, everybody, you just, the whole rest of it is just build the same thing, unless you really want to get crazy. The way I build is very efficient. Again, I can make it fancy, but efficiency is my thing. Let's see. What else we got? Doesn't matter how many pieces they give you, everybody, you always want more. And the cool thing is they can always add more. That's the cool thing about this game. They can always add more to it. I don't want that top part to be open. I could put a trussing in there. I want it to look like it's legit. Hollow floor. Floor joist. Yeah. Something like that. Something like that at the top. That's good enough. All right. Now we need a lot more blocks. Okay. So we got that going. We know how we're going to do the outsides. Now we're ready for some double lining. Let's get to that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, since I don't need spikes and I don't have to put the spikes right here in this place, I'm going to double line the base. So basically what I did is already double line this here because I'm using the L shape here. So there's a one inside and outside. Though this is only single lined right now until I put a hatch in the inside, then that'll be double lined. And again, that's why I put those L shapes there. And again, I'm going to put the bars there so they can't glitch through there, but I can still shoot the dogs and all that other stuff that are going to try to get through there. And we're just going to start with the bottom because the bottom is where they're going to breach most often in 2.6. In the old days, by the way, usually they start with the middle and then they take out the bottom. But now they can get through a single block, so if they get through that bottom block, they're getting in your base. And instead of 5,000, this is now 10,000. And eventually I'll upgrade this, and this will be 20,000 that they need to breach. And I have seen them breach it, though. They absolutely have. But I just need to rotate it in the simple mode. There we go. Again, just double lining the base now. And sometimes I'll just take out the door when it's non-horde night. Put it back in. All right, and this side's real easy because you can just line it like that. Except for this one, we don't want to do that because in this corner, we actually want to use the L-shaped one that we used before, which is not showing us the L-shaped one. What is this doing today? Look at that. That's not favorites. Weird. Weird. We just got to click it like that. So this second one is actually going to be like this. And the reason why we're going to do that is to keep them from jumping up on top of our electric posts. And a lot of times I'll build this and I'll have to come back and take all this back out because I didn't think it through enough to where I was like, oh, wait a minute, I need to do the thing, right, to protect it. But this time, we're going to pre-think that out much nicer like that. And then we're going to grab this, and we're going to go, do we already do down this edge? No. Okay, let's do this edge first. Now, when you have when it's cold like this, everybody, it burns up your food and water faster. Oops, I should have done it there. I should probably go around and do all those first. I should do all the L shapes first. so I don't accidentally do that over and over. Let's go do that. So this is what I consider to be an L shape. Makes this unique shape. Multiple directions. There we go. Okay. Now all you gotta do is put the first one in, and then you can just copy its rotation and when you put them up higher. So really the hardest part is this part where you're rotating it into position. Again, don't worry about the cold, everybody. It's just burning up your food and water faster, and if you have plenty of food and water, it's not that big a deal. Not that, I mean, I've eaten plenty of water, but I mean, you have plenty of it that you could use. Again, this keeps them from jumping up on the corner when I put the hatch there, which is 100% what they're going to do. Allows me to still shoot through here as well, which is what we want. I want to be able to still shoot through there and shoot through the corners. It's a little harder to shoot in the corners, but it'll be fine. Corner battle? Oh yeah, many times. Many times. I typically don't go in and bevel stuff, only when I'm really embellishing it. If you're just trying to build something that's strong, all that embellishment stuff takes way longer. And thus, you may not get your base done by horde night. So I'm not really going to spend a lot of time embellishing. Use what works, what makes my base nice and strong. Like that. There we go. All right. Now we just do these all the way up. Notice it's one down from the top. I'll show you why here later on. But we'll just do these right the first time. How about that? Wow, amazing. To go in there and take all those back out again. I've done it multiple times now. Again, I can just now pick up the shape and the rotation of these. And I did the hard part. Getting it rotated the right way. I'll come back and put a piece along the front. Again, it's just to keep them from climbing up. And of course, we'll go up there and we'll bring our bars out so that they can't climb up on each other and get on top of the base. Those bars are really helpful. But most of the time, I'm not on the top of the base. Usually, they're trying to get to the top of the base if you're there, especially the leapers. If I'm not at the top of the base, they're just going to jump toward the base where I'm at. Stop breaking my stuff. Speaking of. All these boxes out the way. Too lazy to get my chainsaw out. Slow me down, guy. Slowing me down. Alright, right here. Horde day, by the way, 125, I believe. It's day 124 right now. But again, I'm playing in 126, actually, Horde day. I'm playing in normal mode with the default settings, so I'm going to be just fine. Got a couple days to get it happening, or at least I hope I'm going to be just fine. We'll find out, won't we? Again, now I'm going to put these on the edges. They're going to sit on the top of that glass there, but that glass is actually concrete. And then the awkward part of trying to get the top ones in there It'd be great if you had the hologram mode like you do in Satisfactory. I could just go right there, hit hologram, and then nudge it over. That's what I would do in Satisfactory, but sadly, can't do it here. All right. Now you can just hit this edge like this. There we go. Do a little workaround. It's awkward to try to hit that one little pixel that you have to hit to make that happen, but we got it done. There we go. A little bit of caging of our stuff here. Another great tip for you there, and put our thing in there. Now I just keep it in there so I don't accidentally put a block in there, by the way. Makes it easier for when I'm doing this. We'll come back and we'll put the electricity in there, and we will put the hatches in. Where did that just go? It didn't put it in. I don't know. Gonna find one of these floating somewhere. Sometimes, like, you click it, and you're like, where'd it go? It didn't go where I'm trying to tell it to go. And then you find it floating out in the air somewhere. Or up on top of your base, or in your base. Be in there. It happens. Most I'm using the same one I already had rotated in the right way, so makes it easier. Saves me some time. Again, notice how I back away just to make sure that it's actually vertically rotated. Like that. And they just gave you a little extra leeway on the edges. This would be so much easier. You know, to get that one little tiny edge. Actually going pretty fast. Pretty fast. Sometimes I do that as well, where I just kind of aim off to the side so I can see the shape and the rotation. Double one here. Showing you all my gaming secrets, everybody. Again, this is a good one right here. Aiming from the side and triple stacking those. Stack it. Stack it. All right, nice. That's cool. I like how you can see the status of the poles in there too. And this one's covered on the top, so the hatches are going to be on the inside. So I'm going to connect it from the inside and then run it to the edge over here. A little hard to see from the inside, but I can get it. We need to put some hatches and stuff in there. Should we just go to really high-level hatches, or should we... I don't know. That's a good question. All I know is I need to get over here and double line some more of this. Captain Idiot flying by. I'm just going to drop that way the hell out somewhere. Just to be annoying. Double line, double line. Again, everybody, I'm not messing around. I'm day 124. I'm solo playing. I haven't died yet in this playthrough, so my game stage is absolutely crazy right now. I'd love to double steal this up, but I'll probably just be able to steal the inside up. And why would I steal the inside up? This way, if they do breach in a certain spot, I'll know exactly where they breached, and then I can try to repair that particular spot. So that's why. You can also steal on the outside, but then what you have is you have steel, and then on the inside is concrete. So we'll have less time to react. Though what I could do is steal the outside, save some steel for if they do start to breach the steel on the outside. I can then upgrade the internal part to steel. So So that works as well. This way you're only using the steel where you need it. And I'll do that quite often where I'll just steel it up where they're actually attacking if I'm low on steel. Because if you steal the whole thing, then, you know, they're going to attack wherever you didn't steal it, because that's just the way it goes. Again, we're just going to try to get this lined all the way up, and we could use some more of these over here. There we go. Again, doing it level by level, starting at the bottom level, working our way up. And again, just in case I run out of blocks, I will do it one layer at a time, though I have plenty. I could probably just do them all at the same time, but... And there we go. All right, then we'll do the top part. Again, leaving that open so we can shoot birds and stuff. Oops, that one I didn't mean to do like that. We'll come back and fix that. Oh, we got to do this bottom one here. Pick up the rotation of that one. There we go. This is going to be very strong, but not strong enough. We're going to definitely need to get our production going. Steel all this up if we can. But this is as strong as steel right now, and you have 2 layers of concrete. So they do breach in a certain spot. You can just focus on upgrading that spot. Focus on killing those mobs before they get any further in on breaching your base. And very rarely do they damage blocks more than 3 up. Only bombers typically will damage your upper blocks. But they do climb on top of each other enough to where it makes me nervous. So I just make sure to do this at least 4 blocks up. And then the top blocks will be, they'll be blocked up there with the stuff when we run that out. All right, one more here. And we'll just double check all the way around. Messed up a few times there. I'm going to be taking those blocks out later. And all right, more. Every time I mess up, it costs me time. Cost me my precious resource. All right. Got that going. Got all this going. Okay, now's a good time to pull out the bench and have it start doing some hatches. Okay. I like to finish this so I don't have to have the stupid border. This border is way too big. Again, it's like half the size of the screen. It needs to be like half that size. It's really obnoxious. It's very, very obnoxious. Okay, let's drop all this stuff that we got on us in here. Let's get our weapons fixed. I see down here we need to repair our weapons. Lock and load those weapons. Over here, some lock and load. Okay, so do we want to finish this first, or do we want to... you know what? Let's just go for it. Let's just see how much of this we can get steeled up. Okay, so we probably want to work on the outside edge first. We're going to work on the bottom first. Upgrade that. See, that's now steel. That's now steel. Steel. You can't tell, but it's steel. 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 Don't believe me? 10,000. 10,000. Go to the Zillion Tower, everybody. Zillion Tower. Get those pieces. Upgrade the part you think they're going to breach first, which is the bottom rung. We're going to try to get through this bottom area. Wow, I think we're going to get most of this. I'm glad I made a lot of steel. Oh, we got it done. Awesome. All right, second level. Slow going there. All right. You're like, Kismet, how do you have so much steel? Because I made it ahead of time. That's about as much as we got. All right, we got to make more steel. Seriously doubt we're going to get all the steel in before that happens. But now's a good time also to put in our main entrance as well. Right above here, we are going to go ahead and put in... Get this to rotate. There we go. Our main entrance. Now I try to make it where it's easy to get up there, like this, and I'm just going to go ahead and go with a concrete edge, and then the rest of this is always I always need the ability to get rid of it if I need to. Yeah, come on, fingers, stop it. There we go. I'm going to pick that up. There we go. And then this way I can just jump up there. I can get up on top of the base. But this is for my team. Eventually, I'm going to make it where they don't have to jump up there. But for me, I don't care. I don't care if I have to jump up there, so I'm taking this out. And what did I do with my chainsaw? Right there. It just gives them a reason to go right for that one spot. There we go. Now we're going to need to go in there and steel that up at some point. And double line that. See, and then it's all the same as everywhere else. So they don't really going to say, oh, well, that's the weakest spot. I'm going to go toward that. We don't want that. So I'm going to take that out, and now we good. You'd think in here you wouldn't be freezing. But what we need is something to keep us warm here. I should have just brought some torches. Or I could start some campfires. Put some torches around that keep you warm while you're in the middle of battling. You can just put them up on the sides, or I'll probably I'll put them on this side because these are outside blocks too. So really don't have anywhere to hang them. I can hang them from the top, I guess. A little Kismet candelabra or something. Let's see. So, yeah, we want to work on that outside. We want to get our benches going. That's what it is. We want to get our workbench. Okay, we're going to put our first workbench down. Let's see if it gets destroyed. Right there. All right, now we got hanging benches. What do we want to do over here? I already forgot. I already forgot what the heck I was doing. And we'll get back to it. Okay, so we'll get all that in there. Get my chainsaw back in there. Where did I leave my guy? Right here. Any more blocks? He does. Lots of blocks. Oh man, we are running out of blocks too. Okay, so we got that there. We've been letting our stuff run back at the base. Guess we could dip back there. We might have enough time to get there and get back. Sounds like a plan. Let's go. If you notice, I get up on top here because what I'm going to do is eventually just use a bit of a ramp. Actually, I could use kind of better ramps. Use a wedge. Doesn't have to be elaborate, everybody. That's more than good enough. And then I gotta find out what I did with my gyrocopter. Right here. I got gas. I'm good. Repair kits. Yes. I'll make me some ladders on the inside too. I'll make me some access ladders that come up on the side here and some doors on the sides as well. But for right now, what we want to do is just put our gyrocopter down. Give a little gash. Give it a little dish. And we're going to dip. That's all it needs. Just a little bit to get it up and going. Doesn't have to be super elaborate. And then I'm off and running. Right from the top of my base. I know, you're like, oh, Kismet, I tried that a million times. But you didn't put that little angle in there, did you? You don't want to use the ramp. The ramp, by the way, it rams into the ramp and then goes. You want to use the wedge tip. So it just gives you just a little bit without actually running into the side of the piece. And this whole cold thing is getting really obnoxious. I think I have my thermal underwear on right now, too. It's getting really annoying. The next biome, will you also make a Kismet kill box or go for something different? I typically make the kill box and then I make iteration of the kill box in different ways. So I'll make another one, probably a much smaller one than this one. This one's pretty big. Again, for solo play, everybody, I could make that 1/4 the size of that. But I'm getting an idea of what I want to do with the team, and I might do that or I might not do that at all. I might do something completely different if I think of something else. But I do like to try different styles of that type of base. And again, I like the above ground base. Above ground base is always awesome. For sure. And most of the time, I just make the top of the base flat so that people can run from one side of the base to the other. This particular base, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to iterate on the base itself and make it a bit taller for a reason typically to do with storms. Because once 3.0 comes back out, we're going to turn storms back on and see if they've improved it or not. And so I can't just leave the top of the base open like I could here if I wanted to in like the desert or especially in the forest biome. You can just leave the top. If you have storms turned off, just leave the top of your base open because there's no storms other than rain, and that's not that bad. But in here you have the cold, and you have this really obnoxious thing around your character all the time. Really impedes what you're trying to do when you're trying to build or whatever. And remember, all this stuff you can turn off, and you can turn it all off if you want to. You don't have to have any weather systems at all if you don't want. You can turn it off or turn it down or do whatever you want. You can adjust all those parameters and even more coming in 3.0. But they haven't told us yet. There we go. Yes, it's very different from the round one. Actually, the round one is the first time I did the round Kismet kill box. The square one is the one I usually make because it's the most efficient. It's super efficient both in space and in building. And the reason why I make it square like that is so that it's easy for people to run around. And you have more square footage. That's why people make square buildings. That's why they don't make round buildings like Apple, everybody, because it cuts down your square footage massively. And it costs like 10 times as much. People make square buildings because it's easy to make square buildings. They know the mechanics of making it and the structural soundness of what you need to make a square building. They can make those all day, every day, and it gives you maximum square footage on the interior of your building. That's why they make them square. Otherwise, you're losing square footage when you're rounding things and you're doing all of that stuff. And the same thing is true in the game. If you're rounding everything and making it all embellished, you're not going to have as much room for your boxes, not as much room for your benches and all that other stuff. But in game, it doesn't matter as much as it does in real life. It's kind of like playing Satisfactory, everybody. When I'm playing Satisfactory, I can make it 15 lanes wide I can make all my trains on their own separate line if I wanted to. Why? Because I have infinite resources and infinite ability to do it. In real life, the cost of it is what cuts people down to a single lane train that, that one train's got to get off the track and wait for the other one to come down. It's got a little side track that it waits on while the other one's coming down. That's why they don't make, 15, 20 lane wide on the freeway. Which is kind of dumb anyway. They make buildings vertically. They should have been building roadways vertically as well. Or even better, vertically minus vertical, down in the ground. And we do have that, subways and subterranean trains and things like that. But they should have been doing that a way longer ago. And so we wouldn't have had to suffer for the last 30 plus years in traffic. Imagine how many hours lost to traffic, everybody. Billions of hours lost to traffic. Could be trillions. That's what we're working on now, though. They're working on the underground stuff. All right, here we go. Back to the roundabout baits. Ooh, look at that lag. Lagging. All right, let's see what we got. Up over my electricity this time. All right, this is it, everybody. A rounded Kismet kill box uses blade traps, using the electric fence, and of course the remote kill box over there. We're going to move all this stuff eventually. To the new base, again, I took out over 5,000 blocks to go all the way to bedrock. You can see we got this, and then multiple layers of farms and other things underneath here that can be built. I think my ammo should be done now, so we can go right for our workbenches. Let's go. Let's get these workbenches. And while I'm running around, might as well do my food too. I have a lot of food on me, so it's not like I'm really worried about my food getting low. Only when you're fighting the mobs should you worry about that, when you're using your stamina. See, that's the thing that it's cutting down. See how my stamina is halfway? When you're using stuff that uses stamina, that's important. Like if you're trying to use an axe or something like that. But I don't use stamina because I have the auger and I have the chainsaw. So I don't really use stamina. The only thing I use stamina for is to fight the mobs. And I don't even use stamina to fight the mobs because I have two M60s. So I just pull out the M60s and I mow them down. And I still don't use any stamina. But if you're trying to run away, then that's a different story. It's a work of art. You love it? Yes, I think so too. It turned out amazing. And I could widen it as well too. So I could just make the corners rounded and the sides straight. Or I can make it go round and then round again and then round again. I mean, there's so many iterations that could be done on it. And again, you guys take your imagination and run with it. Run with it. That's part of the fun. Again, I'm just giving you guys a little point in a certain direction. You guys take those ideas and then add your own ideas and make it even better. I find that's the best way. All right, how we doing over here? We're done? All right, we done. Get all that out of there. Pick up our forges now. Sometimes it's like one iron or something like that it drops. Can't get it all to run out of there. It'll drop it on the ground. All right, turn that off. Get all those mods and things. Almost hit my own thing there. Get something safer out there. Again, I could just rebuild the forges, but I don't really take that much. But again, I hate wasting resources. So, and again, it takes a certain amount of time. You have to go gather more resources when you use these resources up and so on. I feel like it's always worth it if you have a lot of this running. Especially you want to get all your mods, especially Crucible and things like that. And it's just also like kind of like when you move out of a place, everybody. You clean it all up, you get all the stuff out of there, you got your stuff all moved. And then it's like vacating the premises kind of thing. And that's what we're doing right now. Now, of course, whenever you stop crafting, though, you're then in this kind of in-between state where you're not crafting at the new locations. Because now I'm not crafting here, and I'm not crafting over there. So we got problems. Now, normally, before I start to build the other base, I will start to run these out ahead of time. So when the base is up to the point in which I can move the production, we'll get it going. Which is about right now. Now's the best time to start to move it, because we got it double lined on the outside. Hopefully we have enough ammo for Horde Night. We're going to see. We're going to see how it goes. That is for sure. But again, we just want to try to get all this stuff up off the walls and stuff and throw all that in there. Close our little hatch there. Grab all this out of here. And again, you can see I just ran out all of the cement instead of trying to run out the stone. I just ran the cement out, and then I have now just the cement. Oh, Raz coming in with a massive 103, saying, oh, look, a button. Great one, Raz. In fact, for making me laugh, I'm going to put 1,000 Kid Scouts for everybody in the chat. Everybody show some love to Raz in the chat. Everybody, you got the one job. Your job, whenever anybody comes in and show some love to the stream, everybody, I want you guys to go in there and throw a bunch of hearts in there, especially for 103 months, everybody. That is a lot. That is a lot right there, so make sure to show that love in the chat. Oh, there we go. All right, next one. And how you doing today, Raz? Hopefully you're doing good. Today is going to be the start of my birthday month, by the way. We're going to celebrate all month long, starting tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is, in theory, the stream from yesterday. Because the way my stream works, everybody, is I stream overnight. So this is really from the 31st into the morning of the 1st. All right, we're going to have to put this as building... Yeah. Come on, fingers. Building 2. Put all that in there. There we go. We got a lot of forges. And grab all of that. Grab dish. Grab that forge. Okay, up here. Grab all that. And again, you can't just destroy the forges and it'll drop all the resources down. I have tested that. So if you don't want to wait for the forge to run out, just destroy the forge, grab all your resources, go make another forge. And forges are fairly cheap. Not the very beginning of the game, but at this stage for sure. Because I got so much stuff. Oh, and look at that. I got to repair it. Need some cobblestone, some cobble. Where be my cobble? And make some more. Oh, I hear somebody frying up there. And I didn't put any more ammo in my thing. I should just go turn on my little blade traps. Ha ha ha! You got chopped up, lady. That's what you get for being a crazy zombie. Oh, we're going to repair. Gotta make some cobble. Did I make some? I did. There we go. Cobble's easy. It's just from stone. As long as you don't, nothing's broken that needs a whole bunch of those resources that we already took, we'll be fine. We'll see how it goes, though. I already took down the chemistry stations just in case. Took those down first. So that I didn't have that problem, hopefully. Take all that out, turn that off, get our damn resources, grab that bench. Oh, this one needs some love too. You know what? Let's just go around and check and see if any of these need to be repaired. There we go. Save us some time. Oh! You just woke up? You're in Colorado. Oh, I hear Colorado's beautiful. I've been through most states. I can't remember how many states I've been to, but most of them. Haven't been to Alaska or anything like that, but then again, I never was like, hey, I want to go to Alaska. I hear it's beautiful there too. But I don't know, maybe one day. I never count anything out. You know what I mean? I'm that guy. I never say never. But I do sometimes say most unlikely. Well, you never know. There might be some gaming convention or something like that in Alaska that I'm going to have to go to. We'll do what we got to do. Oh, that didn't finish running that out. It ran out just at that point. Oh, that sucks. All right, we'll let this one run out a little bit more. While we're waiting, we'll do another one. Again, I always put it over the time that it says, but sometimes those numbers are not right. So I put it like usually 2, 5, 10 minutes over, just in case. Sometimes way over. Just so I don't have to come in here and wait for it like I got to do for that one. But don't worry, I'm going to be doing all these while it's running the rest of that out. And by the time I'm done doing these, that one should be just fine. Yeah, the only thing that's tough to work with this Zillion Tower glass is that it's so thin. That's the part that makes it tough, because it's hard to put it down and all that. Let them fry. Yeah, this one too. Still got about 6 minutes. Let that one run. Okay. I think we're there. I think we got all this done. The only thing we might want to do is take out all this electrical eventually, but man, we got so much stuff to move. So we probably want to start with the miscellaneous crafting now that we have all of our stuff cleared. And then which way is our base? That way. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing I did on that other base. I'm just going to add myself a little launch area. Put this a bit over this way. And go miscellaneous crafting. Also, I'm going to go ahead, just to make this easier. Some boxes here. Anybody out there? Nope. Oh, going down. Down, down, down. Okay. I was trying to make it easier. It's stuck on the edge. Miscellaneous crafting. Okay. Miscellaneous crafting now empty. We just go E and then R to make sure. And if it closes, then you know it's empty. Then we'll put an X on it. Okay. Resources. Sure. Doesn't matter what we're moving now. We got to move it all eventually anyway. I guess I can guide myself up to the top easier. Okay, resources. ER clear. Boom. Weapon mods, yeah, not really. Building for sure. Let's get a couple forges. Let's get 2 sets of this. We're going to need to start our clay going. So I want to get as much clay as we can. This way we can get a couple forges going so we can start working on our steel. And definitely more concrete. Oh yeah, we can get even more. Let's go. We also want to get our cement mixers, which I think I put down. Did I put those down, or did I not bother to put those down yet? Well, I don't think I did put them down. Oh, what do you know? Are they in here, or did I not even make them? Must have them somewhere. That's a good question. Where the heck are my cement mixers? Did I leave them at my other base? Well, look at all that cash. We'll come back for that cash. They've got to be in here. Like normal, I'm not seeing them. Don't tell me. I'll find them. Or not. I guess we can pull a chemistry station or two. Some more workbenches maybe. Get our stuff going. Don't really need dew collectors right now. I'm going to leave that old gyrocopter over here. So much loot. All right. Give me some more of this raw cement. Don't really need my dukes right now. Man, wow, I got 500 farming plots right there. I forgot I made that many. Did I bring a campfire? Kind of felt like I did, but let's bring some more. Jars might be a good idea. Oh, and more clay. Got a lot of forges to fire up. Oh, okay, that's it. I got chopped up. All right, what else we got? Stack of ammo. We out. How we doing on time? Oh, man. Oh, that was a much better takeoff. All right, nice. Get this stuff to our new base. Yeah, I got a lot. You see, again, the better you do, the more stuff you end up. And now you got a lot. I got a lot of stuff. I got to cart back and forth 6K out from my base. But the best thing to do, everybody, is just go to it. Now, of course, if you're close to Horde Day like I am, you do have to prioritize, am I going to fight here or am I going to fight over there? I have to take that into consideration. It's day 126. We're day 124, so we're 2 days away. We have no electric fence. We have no turrets. We have some ammo. Might be enough ammo. We'll see. I think we're just going to have just enough. And then we probably want to get some more ammo going. So we'll have to stop what we're doing, go collect a bunch of resources that we need for making that ammo as well. And again, the more I'm doing this back and forth, moving the base stuff, the less I'm doing other things that I need to be doing. But it has to be done. And we'll see. Gotta get it done. That's what's most important. Again, you see, I'm just prioritizing the things I think I will need more at this point. And we're going to run them way out here. But the nice thing is also we're moving closer to the wasteland. So we're moving all of our stuff to our winter base. And then eventually we'll move to the wasteland if 3.0 doesn't come out ahead of time. If it does, then we'll be playing that as well. Or I might just do Saturday and Sunday as team day. We'll see. Because I know some people can't join us on Saturday. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll talk with the team probably this Saturday and see if they want to do Saturday, Sunday once 3.0 comes out. And if not enough people want to do it on both days, then I'll just keep it on Saturday because sometimes people feel left out. If they can only play on Saturday and they can't play on Sunday, then everybody else is going to leave them behind, or vice versa. So again, I usually just try to take a consensus first. I got a lot of stuff coming up this week, everybody. Holy moly. We got a massive packed schedule of epic proportions. Probably the most games I've ever played in a single week here in the stream. I told you I got a lot of them. A lot of really great games out there, everybody. It's a great time to be a gamer right now. It really is. There's a lot of great stuff. Why not Friday, Saturday? Usually Friday if I'm not here on the stream. That's why I have it as a bonus stream. I'm doing IRL stuff. That's why not Friday, Saturday. Friday is usually like hanging with the family. But if the family's busy doing other things, then I do a bonus stream. But I don't know because they don't know. And then when they know, it's usually at the last minute. So I don't like to say I'm going to reliably be here on Friday when, family might change that thing. So that's why I put Friday and Mondays as bonus stream. Monday is mostly so I can work on stuff behind the scenes. If there's a bunch of stuff I have to work on, then I'll take Fridays off. Mondays off the stream. But I'm still working behind the scenes. I work every day on the stream. So it's not like I don't work on stuff if I'm not here streaming. I even work when I'm in the bed, by the way, everybody. I'll get my little iPad and I'll sit there and, type stuff up and work on things and work on giveaways and all that stuff. Even when I'm dizzy and I'm sitting in my bed, I'm still working. It takes a lot of work to keep the stream going. Of course, doing it at the level that I like to do it. I'd do it even more if I could. But I do have to watch my health. When my health gets to it, when it gets to a point, everybody, I'm just like, peace out. I'm gonna go rest. And that allows me to do more streams later. If I push it too far, then I'm gonna be out for even longer. So, good to find that balance of your health. Find that balance. And again, this is just like, just do this as much as you can. Just push yourself. Say, I'm gonna just move all this stuff as quick as I can. The best thing to do is to move as much as you can and what you need for Horde Night. If you're going to have it at your new base, do Horde Night, and then right after Horde Night, before you do anything else, you might want to repair your base if it's breached. But other than that, then just do this. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Bringing all your stuff forward. And then that base is then decommissioned. There's nothing else to do on that base. You brought all the stuff forward to here. Now you don't have to go back there anymore. And you did it the most efficient way, which is just going back and forth, because you're in the zone. You go over there, pick up the stuff, put it in a box, come over here, put it in the box. Now, I wouldn't even bother sorting it when you bring it over here. I would just come over here and just drop it off. Go back the other way, drop it off. Do that as much as you can. Watch this excellent landing action going on here. And then turn left, get down in there. Nice. Good landing. All right. Because I want to drop it right in here. That was some tricky stuff. Tricky. And again, I'm not even going to bother to sort it, everybody. Just take it and put it right in there. Sort it out later. It takes time to sort. When you got things squared away, you can sort for endless hours. Especially when you're solo playing, everybody. I know where all that stuff is. We've run out of time. My thing is telling me to go for a walk. Perfect timing, though. Got that done. Let's make sure that we repair this. Gas her up. Pick this up. Honk the horn, apparently. Pick that up. That thing working really effectively. Checking to see if I can shoot the road. One of the annoying things about having your base right next to the trader is this. Makes that noise like, hey, you can't hit the trader. Oh man, I really like this. I think that was a really great iteration on it. It's because we have these really strong glass here that's basically concrete. So again, a little nervous about shooting through there though. Well, I can shoot through there. There's a little bit of a gap there, but you can just do this. Get yourself a nice little pole. Just do that to cover up those corners. What? Who dat? Kill box is so effective, everybody. See how they can't run up on me? The zombies' biggest move, their best move, is their ability to run up on you when you're not looking and do damage. But if I'm inside the kill box, they can't get to me. The ranged ones can hit me, but the other ones cannot. They have to breach the side of the base to get to me. And it used to be even harder for them because they had to take out 2 blocks to get to me. But now they only take out 1 block. And they actually have to take out 2 blocks in this case to get into the inner part because it's double lined, except for right here where we got to put in those hatches and everything. But those are going to be automatic hatches where we just flip one switch, all the hatches open. We can run or repair or do whatever we need to do. Flip a switch again, closes all the hatches. That's a lot of resources too, though, that we're going to need for those hatches. So we'll do that next time, everybody. Again, make sure to hit that follow button because we're going to go ahead and roll on out of here. God, it's so fun. Makes me want to play it all day long. But if I do, then I can't come back later and do all that learn to play fun that I'm about to show you. Let's go. Someone call a doctor. Doctor, doctor, give me the news that we're going to play a bunch of games this week. Look at that schedule, everybody. It is packed. Packed schedule. So again, 7 days this week. Guess what, everybody? We got streaming every single day this last week, too. That's 7 days. Now, this is my birthday month celebration, everybody. That means tonight, starting tonight, we're going to be doing a giveaway every single stream. That's right, every single one. So make sure to be here, everybody. And I got some cool stuff to give away, including 7 Days to Die. I got Conan to give away. I got, what's the other one? Oh, man, Dune Awakenings. I got that. I hit them up for some codes. And I got DLC to give away, a bunch of random code giveaways, and a whole bunch of other stuff for everybody. We're going to work a bit more on the Vault Van Life project. Again, depending on how far we get in that, we're also going to unlock additional giveaways as well. So I'm going to do giveaway every day, plus additional giveaways that can be unlocked as we go. And we get one step closer to getting that Vault Van together. Man, that's going to be amazing. One day. It's going to be awesome. But yeah, we're going to be playing a bunch of stuff there. And again, if you want to see this, is all on my social media, everybody. But we got a Coney Island coming up tonight, Cloud Paws, Life Below, and Speed Freaks. I thought we'd do all the cutesy ones first, and then the crazy one at the end. It made me laugh when I was putting those together. Then on Tuesday, we got Astro Colony, we got Bloomkeeper, and of course, Satisfactory 1.2 is dropping. We'll see if it breaks our save in Satisfactory. And then Wednesday, Thursday, back for some more Fallout 4 Rise of the Tycoon Empire, the ultimate modded playthrough right over there. Oh, I got Subnautica in the middle there. I just realized I made a mistake there, but I got to fix that. Well, that'll be for later. And then on Friday, we're going to be doing Snacktorio, which we've played before, but it's been updated and released now. So some new stuff in there. Solarpunk, Factromancer, and then, of course, back again Saturday, Sunday for some more team play. Now, the one thing I forgot to put on there, which I got to fix the schedule anyway now, because I see that I left that Subnautica there in the center from when I had Subnautica there, is Starseeker. So I'll probably be updating my schedule yet again because we're going to be playing Starseeker on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday after all of this other stuff that we're going to be doing as well. So I'll probably play mostly on Friday on Starseeker. And then, of course, my team on Saturday. Maybe start with Starseeker on Sunday and then do solo play 7 Days to Die. We'll see. I'll see, and I got to figure that out. See, there's so much going on in 1 week, everybody. I know that's the way it goes in my stream, everybody. We got it packed full of awesome stuff. And again, if you want to see more of that, it's over on my social media right over here. You can, if you're on YouTube, make sure to, or if you're not on YouTube, here, follow that link right there. Pop on over to youtube.com/KismetBP, hit that subscribe button, which is basically the follow button over there. Hit the like button, leave a comment, all right? Go over to twitter.com, aka x.com/KismetBP. You can also hit the follow button over there. I do a bunch of giveaways up there. If I see other people's giveaways, I put them up there. If I see job openings, I put them up there. I put all sorts of cool stuff up there, including notifications when I go live here on the stream. You can also check out the Discord, check out the website. Yes, my website is Kismet kismet.gg. How cool is that? Very cool. You can also pop on over to Patreon, patreon.com/Kismet, and thanks to them for giving me my name over there on Patreon. Very awesome. So you can pop over there, and that's actually the best way to support the stream, everybody, over on Patreon, because not only does it support on Twitch and on YouTube and all these other platforms I'm doing, but it also supports the guides, the highlights, all of that stuff, full-length videos and all of those things that I do. That's the best way to help support the stream, and it goes much longer way over there on Patreon, because they don't take half of it like they do on Twitch and other places. It goes much further, and I take every penny and I put it right back in the form of giveaways and other projects that we do here in the stream. Put it all right back in. So I appreciate each and every one of you coming in. We're going to go ahead and show you guys a bunch of love in the form of Kiz Caps in the chat. We're also going to say, hey, everybody, let's get on the Kismet Love Train. Now, if you've never been on the Kismet Love Train before, here's what you do. You go ahead, and I've rated thousands of people here in the stream, everybody, over my time, but we're getting back to rating. What we're going to do is going to go ahead and highlight that right there in the chat, everybody, and I'm going to give you additional caps for everybody who gets ready to raid. So we're going to highlight that in the chat, or you can make your own Kismet Love Train, or just throw some emotes in the chat, whatever you want to do. Copy and paste it right in the chat right now, and get ready for the Kismet Love Train while I'm over here queuing this up. We're going to find to see who's on right now. I'm going to see if any of my Teamwork Tycoons are on right now. As well, not right now. And let's see who else is playing some 7 days. And I try to pick somebody I haven't rated before. And the reason why is, I like to spread the love around. And again, I'm number 1 right now. I'm number 1 in 7 Days to Die. Look at me go. Look at me and my bad self. Let's see who we got over here. Have I rated this guy before? Doesn't look like I have. What's he doing? Oh, he's just getting started. He's just getting started. Well, we're going to go send him some love then. Let's go. Let's get this going. Yeah, great name, too. All right, we'll get this raid popping and locking over here. Like so. We'll get the Kismet Love Train, and we'll get it ready in his chat over there. Oh, okay, got it. Boom, right there. And I think we're good. Are we ready to queue? I think we're ready to queue. Now we're going to go get Zombie Dart is his name. Right now, playing some 7 Days to Die. He's on day 23, so he's just getting started. We're going to go over there, show him some love, and hit that follow button. We're going to lurk in the channel to boost him up the rankings. And help him out a little bit on Twitch, everybody. And again, I appreciate everybody coming in, hanging out in the stream. Thanks to all the peeps scrolling up over here. And, of course, thanks to all my Patreon supporters down there at the bottom. And, of course, thanks to all of you for hanging out. Again, no matter where you are, make sure to hit that follow button. And I will be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. As well. Oh, I see you there, Raz. Appreciate you guys throwing that Kismet Love Train in the chat. Again, we gotta get our love train going again, everybody. Gonna go ahead and throw you a bunch of Kiz Caps in the chat. Let's see. How's this raid doing? Is it started up? It did. All right, that's it. Rolling out of here. I'll see you guys tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. This is the Sky.